right, welcome back to another session. I think we are session 108 today, if I do recall. Um, Getting ready for the next opportunity. Gonna get our foundations in place and have some fun while doing it. How's everyone doing?
Doing good.
Doing excellent. Qigong machine.
Okay. I guess let's talk about timeline-wise. I have 5 months or 4 months and like 28 days remaining for the next opportunity. Liron, I do believe, has 2 weeks remaining before the next opportunity.
Correct.
And what about you, Chun Po? What's your time frame looking like?
I believe I'm sitting at like 2 months left.
Okay.
Because I believe I've gone through 4 months already. Because last I remembered, I was doing fellowship trainings and reinforcements, and
Mhm.
that one was a flat time investment, and then getting some successes.
Cool.
Let's see, would that make me behind or?
No, I am the one that's behind.
Okay.
You are in middle behind, and
Gotcha.
Liron is leading the pack.
Ready.
What's on your docket today? Let's talk about that first, I guess.
Uh, Trying to finish the body so we can get to Eclipse.
Your foundations, you mean, right?
Yes. Fellas, I also had something that I'm curious about for just the sword in general, and this room, because this is supposed to be our, like, mm, accomplishment room.
Oh, you're talking about our wall of accolades, in a sense? Yes.
Yeah. Chun Po is wanting to try and utilize more of the sword while we are here, as much as he wants to do everything else. Chun Po has gone through and thought and has a better understanding of what he wants to do, and it has a more complete form in his mind. And now that he knows where things go, he wants to build the sword more and to try and, like, okay, I got all the other stuff figured out, or at least the direction.
Okay, that's good. Do you know
Now I'm
what part
curious.
on the path of the sword you're at right now? You're on your
I know
fold,
I'm a
right?
few. Yes. Sorry, pull the character sheet up. Journal. Let's see. I have 2 folds, 43 sword energy, 6 sword power, and 2 sharpness aura. Weight hasn't become a thing yet, but I do have it there. Let's see. My poison sword itself does also have some stuff on it. Poison, poison, poison. Where's sword stuff? To journal.
Yeah, so the folds take a while. You can make it go way faster by doing them inside the sanctuary in our training hall.
Yeah,
Um,
the ring.
yeah, if I would have done that before we did the folds, I think I would have been a lot quicker on what I was doing. But the fact that we have them in place now means it's a lot easier for you.
Yeah. There you go. The demonic aspect, because I do have a demonic sword teaching, it's hard to. Well, let's see. I have the combination combat for swords and demonic sword teaching. Going down that path has, or at least the rage aspect, I have not practiced. But that's all a little bit still more in the future stuff. I still have to finish the things, so let's get back to fellowship. Let's see, last thing it's rolled by me. Fellowship reinforcement. I already have the catalyst. Spell 12 days spent. I believe the 12 days was to make it easier to get it to exactly 4 months because I had roughly 2 weeks left. So, but okay, I know what I'm going to do.
Good. For me on the docket is also working on my foundations. I am going to do fellowship reinforcements and influence reinforcements. I also am going to go inside my training hall. Not sorry, my training hall. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to my vault, and I'm going to go against the training dummies. And I am at a good reinforcement state right now, a fair amount of sword power. I should be able to handle 6 to 10 a lot easier now. What else? Deciding on my vessel. I'm tossed between like a sheath or my tea set. So that's kind of where I'm at for that. I also want to hunt a moon spider, either on duality or the moon above Martial World. To try and get that done. I was thinking maybe Eclipse could join me in that hunt. We could do that together. That might be fun. But right now is foundationals, focusing on those, getting them done. And that's pretty much my docket for today. And also, whenever foundation stuff's done, I know we had the Sword Elder. They suggested doing they had a class on pushing past your limits. I thought that would be cool to go to.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much my my stuff. And then Liron is doing what? What's your plans for this session?
This session, mostly waiting on you guys, and then preparing for the opportunity. Because we've got 2 weeks afterwards.
Mm-hmm. So, who wants to go first? Should it be me?
If you want, otherwise I can catch up to. Let's see, I'm at 4 months, so 1 month and 2 weeks.
Okay.
Either or. Which would you prefer?
I'm fine with going first. What about you, Matt? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, the last we talked, I did some research on Key. I was trying to dive down into the histories of it, trying to use a 5-step to Dao punctuation to try and get some more information from it. I learned that I learned that I need to go into it deeper if I really want to dig into it, because my first initial findings is just like, yeah, it's cool. But all these other ones are better. And I feel like yeah, that's why I brought up the key set I had. And I was like, well, I could do that and maybe I'd be able to dive into it deeper, but I learned that I don't have enough time within the set period to work on it. So yeah, so I still want to work on influence ones. And maybe my master duality can help me dive into that a little deeper. Maybe there's something because she was the one that set up my key in the first place with Stardust, my Stardust key. Maybe that's something I need to not look on the earthly side. I need to go look to the stars in a sense to get more information on key that way, and dive down into the secrets of that. So I'll go to duality. Go to the
Okay.
moon. I step into the
The
orrery.
moon! No, moon's there, as
Yes.
you'd expect.
Yeah, duality. I want to work on my influence reinforcements. I want to get the catalyst for it. And I was thinking to myself, um, its influence to me is the cultivator's path on improving yourself, going through the tribulation, and ascending in a sense. But it's also a representation of power and how much you have as a cultivator. You implemented Stardust Key with my Fate and Tribulation aspects of it, and I'm trying to learn more about what Key is and how to utilize it, and the fact that it is falling behind of my sword power is fine, but I need to find a way to gain these influence catalysts and then apply them so I can work on my foundations. Do you have any suggestions for your young student?
You can always meditate. You could always
Hmm.
use Dao points to substitute for this catalyst.
Oh. I suppose fate is my success. I do have a fair amount of those I could apply to it.
It's also exercising your Dao. You can get
Okay.
into Dao Discussion practice with a companion of yours.
Right. Hmm. That's something we could do. That'll be a little bit longer, since I know my companions are busy, so I won't be able to do that right now.
Fortunately, I can't throw rocks at you to fix this.
Nope, it's fine. I was more curious of what Stardust could be utilized for. Looking at my inner
Oh.
key, that's just what I'm envisioning, but maybe that's not the path.
What's envisionizing?
I know. I misspoke. It was a mistake. It was a failure of
Now I'm
myself.
curious.
Well, um, it's like a visitation and a vision at the same time.
Envisionizing. Strange.
I agree. But yes.
With this case, you're probably going to be thinking more of not quite key, but your Dao
Yeah. No. That's
and
fair. That's fair.
your methods of cultivating.
Yeah. Because last time I got influence catalysts was after a Dao discussion, so you're right on the money there. Um, hmm, okay. I have an idea. So Savalair is going to step out of the orrery, but instead of through the card, I'm going to go deeper into the card and step out through the black box and go talk to my Freedom Corps.
Alright.
So, I go to the council. I go to my Freedom Corps head, squad leader, and I'm like, How are you doing today?
Mm-hmm. No, your lordship. You were here.
Yes, I thought it was time that we discussed the new energies with inside your worlds, how entering the path has been, and if you've gone on any of the opportunities so far that have been
Worlds as in plural? I only know one.
no your world as your world so far. It's my mistake.
You mean here?
Yes, here.
Sorry, your phrasing confuses me.
That's completely fair. I am still, I wouldn't say waking up, but I know that I have presented opportunities for you now. Have you partaken on those yet?
Partially.
I'm just wondering how your talent has been. Have you actualized it yet?
I don't understand.
Hmm.
Are we not talented?
You are talented, but there is this thing called Gestalt as cultivators. And you've been gaining it by completing these opportunities. You should have 3 now, right? Or have you not noticed these special areas?
Hmm. Are they in the compound? Or are they just around the world somewhere?
Oh, so you haven't yet. Savalair will take him and say, well, this is a good opportunity. Let's discuss about the path. Savalair will pick him up and start flying around and using my my assess and my eyes of the weaver to look for these new opportunities that have arrived on the world. And while we're looking, I will begin the discussion of
What are the shapes of the opportunities?
I suppose the first one's a casino. Um, the second one would be a something inside the forest, right? And the third one also something inside the forest, right? Going with the theme of our opportunities of zone 1, checkpoint 0, 1, and 2.
Yeah. Are they repeatable? Or do you
Um,
only get one shot at it?
so you only get one shot at the opportunity, but they're for each individual.
So those who would go in before others would have a significant disadvantage.
Sure, I also had a disadvantage before I did mine. But if you prepare
We have
yourself,
people for this. It's fine. I'm merely pointing out an observation.
of course,
Those that go into the unknown first have a significant disadvantage, especially if you only have one try at it.
you have a certain amount of time though to do it. I do believe it's
And a time limit.
yeah. For example, the last opportunity that you should be able to get to now, I had a month to be able to finish mine.
Well, it speaks of two significant hurdles that must be overcome. First is the unknown. Second is you have a time limit.
Mhm. especially with the first opportunity that you guys will run into, is that there is a song, and you must complete it within that song's period, so even shorter than a month.
Well, we'll have a field team approach each of these and see if they can generate as much information as we can before we start sending our prospects in.
hmm The only last thing I want you to do is I don't want you to get all the answers for the people that do succeed. I want you to recognize that, yes, the people that go in before are going to gain information and knowledge and enlightenment as they come out of it and succeed or fail. What I need you to do, though, is not to get all the answers, at least for the second and third opportunity. Zone 0, I actually have a docket for you, and he'll present the docket of the handout that I have for the what do we call it? The lottery, the at the bottom slot machine opportunity. Yes. This will give you many insights on how to go about it. But the next ones, if you gain the answers without experiencing them, then you won't get any experience at all. You will just do it and then not realize how you did it. You didn't fail. I guess you failed because you didn't, well, fail. If that makes sense.
No, it sounds like if we fail, we only have one chance.
I mean, you failed the opportunity because all you did was succeed and getting the answers for you. You did not
Oh, yes, that.
experience them. Yes. I just want you to, I wouldn't say put a secrecy clause on them. Get as much wisdom as you can from these opportunities, but do not present the answer. Present the path. Present the clues, but do not give them the success without first failing in the opportunity, but do not completely fail, if you catch my drift.
Perhaps the rules, at least?
Yes, the rules, the structure, the overall picture of what you're going into is so helpful and will provide success in many magnitudes. If you go in blind, though, that's when things, well, walking on your path will be hard. That's why I am going to present these dockets and the chances for your gestalt and your talent to manifest and improve itself. If that's okay with you guys.
Well, you are the boss. It's not really a matter of whether it's okay with us. It's what you want, correct?
I suppose. All right. So, the next thing I'd like to talk to you is, have you discovered Dao discussions with the people?
We have a small research team on it.
Mhm.
We came across it when two of our scientists were arguing over lunch and realized it was a little bit more than just an argument.
Mm-hmm. It is truth. And your truth is being laid as the bricks for the path you make. Your road forward in cultivation is going to be vast, as our squad leader here. And a refiner. You are the one to refine the branches and make them better. And this is why I'm talking to you and not everyone else at once.
I had wondered why. Why it wasn't a council meeting.
Yes. So, Suvelair will fly down and stop for a moment. Bring out tea and start the ceremony process of having it. And pull them out a glass.
Appreciation.
Well, I'd like to work on something important. Now, I don't know if... No, I haven't actually had this opportunity yet. I'm going to teach you about foundations and what it means to be a foundational cultivator. Suvelair is going to present the pills in front of him. These are important for very many different reasons. But as you cultivate them on the path and increase your tribulations, you're going to be experiencing, well, impurities within your body.
Do you
And
have a informational, let's say, using a word you've already used, docket on what classifies as impurity?
I don't actually yet. It's mostly just a no, that's a good question. And honestly, it's going to be important as a refiner to understand these things as well. But that's why we have departments to research these types of things, to understand, well, what they are and what you can do with them. So if I check out my notes here. Where did I put those?
I merely ask because impurities can mean a whole host of things depending on one's perspective, life experience, and one's own definition. In addition, with the actual dictionary definition of impurities,
Mhm.
does it stem to even impurity of the mind? Are there impure thoughts? Does it have religious connotations? Is it spiritual? Is
It's definitely spiritual in a sense, because the tribulations that you've been experiencing so far, what have you done with the tribulation bolts that you've captured?
the bolts, sir?
Yes, when
They,
you...
we do not capture, sir. We follow the instructions to be struck by them, and
Mhm. Right. And what that's doing is the tribulation lightning has a cleansing effect, but it also solidifies things inside of you, inside of our bones, inside of our blood, inside of our tendons, inside of our muscles. And they're going to make you stronger, but they're also solidifying things. And what these pills, as he presents them, are going to do is they're going to cleanse them and remove those things inside your body.
Hmm.
And this is part of the
I
foundational period,
suppose
because as a cultivator, you're going to come into situations where if you don't cleanse them, you'll be missing out. And then as we cultivate and go into the mountain, we'll need more. We'll need a higher dosage of these same pills, a mid-grade, a higher grade, to go through the same process. I'm also just finding my notes. I know you put it in chat, Matt, but I remember what they were, but you wrote them down. But anyway, so those are these three. are going to be very important. But what's next, though, is your reinforcements. And the reason why I brought up the opportunity is because they're going to unlock your Gestalts. And I have these books here that will allow you to improve your reinforcements. I have a request for you. I want our leaders of the 4 sects in your Freedom Corps to do these first. After you've gone through the opportunities and you've worked on getting them ready, I need you to work on getting these done. Because without them, you are going to face hardships against the people that do have them. And that's not what I want for our people. I want
These
you to lead,
reinforcements, you mean?
yes, I want you to lead the charge on having them and then
But
being able to.
do so, we must do the opportunities.
Correct. To gain your talent.
But if we have no one to succeed, or on the caveat that you succeed at all,
Mhm.
what if the norm is failure on all 3, and you only get 1 chance? Does that mean we can't then proceed with the next objective?
No. There are other books that I also have that you can use catalysts for.
Oh, so
So
an
you-
alternative.
Correct. It just takes a lot. Well, they both take long, but one is a lot easier to go through because you're relying on that talent that exists within us instead of having to gain the resources, the catalysts, to do so.
What do you mean by actualized talents?
Actualizing talent is going through the opportunities and learning the truths of the path.
All right.
And that is a representation, or a description in this case, of
You
what it means to be talented.
do realize how strange that phrasing is.
That's
To
completely fair.
actualize one talent and use it like it's a tool, but talent doesn't manifest itself like a tool. It's not a screwdriver or a computer or some sort of interface that we could just look at and understand, because talent manifests differently in others, unless the Dao has a talent resource that we know of or can
Think of
learn
it
of.
like an innate aspect from walking on the path. It is like a seed inside of us. And
Yes.
our job is to water it and produce it with fertilizer and let it grow. And the way you get these special water, the fertilizer, is by going through these opportunities and finding the truths. And then it will start to grow and start to blossom.
To what end?
To what end, indeed? That is something I do not know yet.
You've grown very cryptic and philosophical in your time on the path, sir.
Yes, it is something that will happen to all of us, but I'm just trying to, I guess, present it in a way that is what I feel is right. And that is one of the things in the path you'll get used to. Your truths.
Sure. Um, Perhaps something for you to think on, sir.
Mhm.
This is regarding talent. The way you speak about it is a little hard for me to understand at the moment. It sounds like the talents and the abilities that we have now are not sufficient, or
Correct.
uh,
It is a, I guess we should stop representing it as talent and call it Gestalt.
but what
Separate the
is
two.
it?
What is it? It is recognition. What the path sees, that the path sees you.
Does it require the path at all?
I'm not sure about that. I know I didn't have it until I got on the path. Or at least it was dormant until then.
So perhaps a deeper look into what is Gestalts are.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you can ask somebody, a consultant on your behalf. We'll research it here. You've already given us much to do. But if you could perhaps not provide us with a cryptic philosophical answer and
Sure.
it's we are an organization meant to well, first off, follow your instruction, but to look into these new energies, to understand them, and to control them in many of the different fields and departments and researches. But in doing so, we are a research facility. We do rely not just on this philosophy and mysticism, we rely predominantly on science.
True. Yes.
As such, we do need results. We do need more scientific nomenclature and, well, less mystery.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not done with you though. This is good that we were talking about talent and Gestalt because these are important things that will happen to you in the future because I want them to happen to you. And I will do my damnedest to make sure they do. But foundations. This is something that I am trying to reinforce into you through our fellowship. Now, we've talked about the cleansing aspect of us. We've talked about reinforcements that I will give you these books that you can start doing them yourselves and figuring them out. Now, there's a few more. One is your Dao Vessel. A vessel for yourself is something to protect from outside Dao interference. Because if you do not have a protective barrier or shell, then I can just do what I want with you. Anyone could. And I do not want that just to happen.
Do you have further information on that?
Yes. I will present the Dao, primordial Dao clay.
I have more questions now than answers, sir.
Good. Now, so this clay is going to be something you shape. It's a metaphysical representation of what you want your Dao to be. It is like what holds your Dao droplets. You know how you've been experiencing the Dao and you've been utilizing it, right? You've been gaining something to your pool, right? Have you not felt that?
We have, and we've developed, well, not surefire methods, but practical methods of generation.
Mm-hmm. And you're filling it up in a pool, but it's like, let's say, a water balloon. It's being filled up with this membrane that is slowly been filling up and improving yourself with. But what about if I take my Dao as a needle and I poke into this membrane and it pops? I can then influence your Dao because it is unprotected. But if we use this clay and form a representation for ourselves of what holds our Dao and protects it, that is one of the foundational things of a cultivator. And hopefully we can find more primordial clay to utilize for yourselves. But right now, it is a limited resource. And I don't even know where we get it naturally. I just know it is part of a cultivator's path and the foundations you need to go forward.
So, in other words, don't even bother worrying about it. Focus on other things.
Correct. But it is something you need to know about, because if we get to your mountain climbing and you're not ready for the foundations, well, path will be harder. But you're right. Something not to worry about too much, but it is knowledge. And that's the thing I want to present. I'm trying to give you a list of the foundations. Because
Sure.
I did not know this list beforehand. And I want to share this wisdom.
Great. Um, but even with the limited information you've given us, we can't do anything about it. Yes?
True. True. All right. Now, you've had your tea. Would you like to try doing a Dao discussion with me?
Not here. We have like test rooms.
Oh. Okay. Well, I figured something more natural would be acceptable, but I understand your, well, I understand your philosophy on this.
Well, we have recording equipment. We have safety procedures. We have well, a special room.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go do that now then.
We've had some incidents where two of our more promising individuals started having an argument, and those who just started happened to hear them
Mhm.
arguing, and they had some emerging health problems.
Oh, yes.
So, safety room, soundproof. There's all the amenities, of course, snacks and coffee machine and comfortable seats. We also have the ability to record,
Mhm.
not just audio but video, and then we can make an archive, and that's when we start building a database and so on.
Right. Okay. Well, let's head out there then.
So, as you guys leave the building, a very nice, kind of like golf cart shows up. You guys get on and zip away.
Right.
Because you're the only one who can fly here.
It's true. That's why I picked him up last time. I got my wings. All right.
Yeah. They zip on over. It's a large compound, so it takes about 10 minutes of speedy go-kart antics.
We're just chatting away.
Hmm?
Oh, nice weather.
Sometimes it's not so nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we go into the room.
By the way, go ahead and get yourself 5 Dao droplets of failure. You have
Oh, yes.
thoroughly confused this man.
Oh, good. Okay.
Ugh, like a good master.
Yes. Your
Do not
cryptic
do what you
remarks.
do not do.
Your cryptic remarks
Failing. Have you tried that?
have confused him so thoroughly. He's like, I don't know what's going on right now. So, you make your way over. find yourself in a kind of a kind of a recording studio they've built. You guys sit down and you guys can begin. What do you think?
Right, would you like to go first? Or would you just like to see mine in action as I present my
Well,
passive?
if we're doing a Dao discussion, then we should start with a topic.
Oh, I figured it was just talking about our DAOs.
Well, not necessarily. We've actually discovered you can have a Dao discussion over a topic.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. So, coffee is better than tea. That will be the charged discussion.
Large have them.
Well,
I will concede the tea side to you, eh? As
yes.
the discusser, have remarked upon that coffee is better than tea. And we'll start, I suppose.
Okay. Well, so my start, I suppose, is my my passive, though, wouldn't it be? Because isn't that the first Dao point I'd have to make?
Which passive?
The path fails to withhold its energy, breaking down into its purest form.
Does
That's my first Dao point.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't mean it goes first. It's sent it first.
Oh.
Like it's an exposed point.
Okay. All right. I figured that's like something I'd have to make every single time going forward, but it's like
it
already
is.
there.
It's your first one, but it's not.
It's something something I have to say. It's already there. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, and it doesn't mean you go first every time. That is your point, whether you're on defense or offense.
Gotcha. I was thinking I had to say it. That's all.
Yeah. His remark is that has nothing to do with coffee or tea.
Oh, but wouldn't the energies we receive from the coffee in its digestion or tea, isn't that energy itself? How we fuel our forms through a way to understand, and not even just like the digestion process, it's the taste, the emotions we feel, the fellowship we bring when we enjoy these things. And to me, tea is a much better experience for that because there's a ceremony in it. There is fellowship within it. The taste is more expansive on what you can bring out from it in its digestion period. And that energy is something powerful. But it's, if not done right, it is a failure. Same with coffee.
I find all that irrelevant. I prefer the taste of coffee over tea. That is my truth. And I don't need a coffee ceremony. I have a schmurrick in the corner. I put a little capsule in, and it's done in like 30 seconds.
That might be true. But even if you like it better, is it better for you? Is it better for your truth? Should you not remember that the point of taking things into our body is to empower ourselves? And if we start to bring impurities like shitty coffee, It's a lot easier to do when you just use your Keurig machine. But when you have
You mean my schmurrig?
your Schmeurig machine, sorry, to cover it. But when you understand the process and all the steps it takes to get to enjoying that tea and having it come into your body, yes, it's convenient to have your coffee, but is it good for you? Is it going to empower your steps forward? And if you don't know that question, is it really a success for you?
The supposition that coffee is an impure substance is just conjecture and rather erroneous, because both the sources of coffee and tea come from a natural source, and both are processed in about equal parts, mostly to transform it into a dried state to be, well, leached through a process of water. Also, if every single one of us in your employ at this facility who's working, has a job, if every single one of us went through a tea ceremony every time we wanted a beverage to help us focus and stay on task and pick us up for the day, we wouldn't get any work done because we would have to have a tea ceremony, or in this case, a coffee ceremony, for every time we would want a cup. Several of us drink at least 5, 6 cups a day. The Schmeurig presents an acceptable brew, which is not impure because of its origin, in about 30 seconds per cup. We have some engineers who have produced a fancier coffee process. I suppose that would be more ceremonial, but it's still automated. We have things to do, Your Lordship. We don't have time for 5 to 6 tea ceremonies per person per day. Besides, coffee's just better. Flavor, better in heat than it does with the tea. It's more full of flavor and essence. In general, it's just a better beverage. That's my truth. That's my knowledge.
I disagree with your point, and the reason is simple. Coffee comes from one source, where the Dao is all. Tea is in many forms. It comes from many different sources. Having just one single being be your source, even though there are many different ways to present that same being, just means that you're missing out and you fail to understand that the path is much bigger than just one source.
One doesn't have anything, or necessarily needs to have anything to do with the other. The teas come from a series of leaves that are harvested. Coffee is not just one strain of bean. There are hundreds of different types and strains of coffee, just like there are many different types of tea. It's not just, oh, the one coffee bean. There are several different genus of coffee bean found all over the planet. Just like there are many types of tea that can be grown and harvested throughout the planet. I suppose your Dao/path argument is applicable here, considering that there are all-inclusive, like the world and the journey we travel upon, but you'll come across just as many types of coffee beans on this as you would tea leaves if you walk the whole of it. So again, your argument is very strange, your lordship. Very cryptic.
Oh, that is good. That is good.
Not a lot
It's-
of heft behind it.
that means I have failed this argument, as I have no more to present. You still have one more, though.
I do. I think I'll end it on. I like coffee better than tea, nana nana boo boo, because it tastes better to me and it's much more convenient. Blech.
That sounds like a success to me. Good job.
I suppose. They print out a transcript. They present you the video,
Mhm.
and they give you a data pad, or you already have a data pad, but they show you the specific application
Mhm.
that you can click on to access the Dao Discussion archives. Their findings, the research, and they're all, if they do the arguments or discussions in these rooms, it's all recorded.
Have I noticed that there's only been 4 arguments presentable for each of the recordings?
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone
Yeah.
is limited to.
Yeah, they kind of like almost like power off in a sense. Is like, man, I don't have the willpower, or I don't have the guts to keep going on this. Like, I feel like I've presented my point, kind of thing. Yeah. Now, one thing is that these reinforcements that I was telling you about, one of the ones allows you to make more points. And that's what I'm working on now, he brings out the manual. I'm going to go through this, and I'm going to study what you guys have done so far, because, well, I think it's important to know how my people are doing, and what kind of truths they can bring. So, I appreciate you bringing this to me. Is this one way I can gain some fellowship catalysts by going through this research?
Yeah, and also just engaging in more Dao discussions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the people here you'll find in the research feel that it's not a matter of willpower.
Mhm.
It's they lose the ability to further express their point.
Yeah, like they keep talking it out, and it's just the same thing over and over again, in a sense.
No, it's just they're no longer able to express it. It's not
Oh,
even, they can't even rehash old
right.
information. There's like a charge in the air,
Mhm.
and there's only so much what's the word? It's not. It's a little too early for this type of
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like I was having trouble with my words earlier too. But
Yeah. No, it's.
you guys are earlier than me, so I'll give you credit. Yeah, but we've lost the gusto from their arguments. It's like um they don't stick anymore. Or
Yeah.
you've
So
become winded in a sense, yeah.
yeah, they only have so much um weight they can apply.
Yep.
Or magnetism, or even charge to the energy,
Mhm.
that they can switch it to their polarity,
Right.
their side of the argument, and there's only so much you can weigh in before any further discussion or
Mhm.
any further points no longer apply. And oddly enough, when you can no longer weigh in, you're not able to weigh in at all, even if it means nothing affects it. You don't get additional phrases. You can't rehash old arguments. You have to wait.
Yeah. Okay.
There's many people who love the tea versus coffee argument. So eventually you'll get actually really good at that particular argument.
Yeah.
There's also a bunch of people who just have different things, and they all try and keep it to safety subjects, is what they call it. They have an entire list of subjects that is, or even guidelines.
Right.
Of like, do not talk about politics. Do not talk about existential truths. Do not hammer ignorance as a argument point.
Right.
Like they have all these safety guidelines, isn't because the moment you look into it a little further, you find people have gotten badly hurt over some of these. So the safety guidelines aren't arbitrary. A lot of them are, oh shit, that
we're trying to protect our people in a sense too. It's like,
yeah,
we're not, we don't want to lose personnel just because you guys got in a tussle over, oh, I like this guy more than this guy. Right. It's yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, there are also discussions about a expansion of the police force. The online, like, the on-site police force for I think it was the Freedom Corps?
The Freedom Corps, yeah.
Yeah. The Freedom Corps may need adjudicators so they can get argumentative scientists out of a Dao argument.
Right.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Trying to make tea, and the new headset is fighting me.
Yes. Tea is better because I know you like tea better.
I do, yes. But I must play all sides of the argument. And I've
Of
had
course.
the argument of, is tea better than coffee or vice versa with other friends. There's also that fun meme of like, hopefully you've seen it. Like, hey guys, man, I didn't know this, but if you put the tea in hot water, it changes the taste. And he's like, what? You've been drinking this in cold water the whole time?
Yeah.
That whole series of arguments.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? You don't want to heat up the water because it's too much. You could just microwave the water. You microwave water?
It works. It works.
You could just heat it up on the stove. Very funny arguments.
Mm-hmm.
But time for some golden monkey. Boom.
I had myself a mocha this morning, so I didn't bring out the golden monkey.
A mocha?
Yeah.
Like a coffee mocha?
Yeah, like coffee plus chocolate milk. Yeah, pretty much. And this is why tea is better, because you have to mix it all together. Haha, why would you enjoy coffee when you can just have it pure?
Yeah, I like my coffee just the way I like my tea. Up my nose. I was like, wait, what? Yeah. So.
Yeah. You back with me? You back closer to your... Okay.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm still downstairs, but still.
Yeah. So yeah. So this research for me, the technique is fellowship baseline. So I'm going through this and I'm visualizing all the different people, the different connections, the people fated to live their lives connected to me. And I'm kind of going through it and having the visualization of just like, man, there are people that are important to me and that are going through this life. And I bring that in and I'm like, yep, they're the people I protect. it is my duty to do so, and learning their different truths and experiencing their lives through this lens is a really interesting digestion. That as I'm kind of I'm bringing all these people, and I'm kind of just subconsciously accepting it. And then the actualization is going through. And I know I'm doing each and every one, going through the full research of everyone's interactions and how they're living their lives here on this path that I've given to them. And my Dao punctuation then, after I've actualized it and brought it out into accepting the reality that they are here, that I'm viewing what they're saying and the points they're making, is that even through the failures of others, I succeed in the points that we can make with the fated people that I'm connected to. So I'm going to do that for my my Dao punctuation as I go through the research here to gain some fellowship catalysts, and yeah, go through that.
Very philosophical of you. I'm merely going to point out that the environment you have put together, considering it's also of the Dao, it's of cultivation.
Yep.
That you have a very ideal environment, and you also have the ability to study them on the back end, not just only meditate on the discussions. So you can generate a catalyst per DTA, just hammering this down.
Okie dokie. Sounds
All the
like
while,
a plan to me.
yeah. All the while, you are also furthering the research and the awareness of Dao discussions in your group.
That's excellent because, like, yeah, honestly, we haven't really dived deep into Dao discussions. Like, we've been kind of testing the water, so it's interesting to see the different perspectives of just natural. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not being forced upon. I'm not trying to. It's just like they are experienced their lives, and they've been integrated into the path. So,
three major takeaways. Cultivation rank does matter if and only if there is a major rank in difference between the two discussers.
Interesting. Okay.
Minor ranks don't really apply any significant advantage or disadvantage. But if you're a major rank higher, you can still discuss. It just hurts the lesser person. For every discussion point that they want to express, they actually become hurt.
Right.
They just take damage. So
yeah,
it's like, oh,
like soul
shit.
damage in a sense, because that's the they're affecting their Dao, right? They're kind of just they're fighting with their Daos. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The second point is experience, especially in the topic and the subject. The more you are experienced in that topic or subject, you have a significant advantage.
Of course, context, knowledge is just, but also Dao, because that's the thing they're doing. That makes sense.
Sure. In this case, especially in early cultivation, truth is important, but it has less power than knowledge, at least in the younger ranks of cultivation. Because before you even get to golden core, that's all young cultivation, or in this case, truth crystal.
Yeah.
If you can generate your golden core or truth crystal or whichever, major piece of cultivation, that's where you can just start saying, not in my world. Your point does not exist in my truth.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
that actually applies.
Right.
For then, the argument of nuh-uh is only in the realm of ignorance. And if you don't practice that, then it's not a good point. So truth has power so long as it's solidified, and you guys haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
Philosophy, especially cryptic philosophy that confuses the other person, is just as much as a good point as actual facts.
Right.
Because if you can make that guy lose his train of thought and go, what? Asking
Yes.
what is
Yeah.
a Dao response, which uses
Yeah.
up their points. And also, if they can't wrap their head around what you've said,
Mhm.
and they can't immediately just say, hey, that's gibberish, if they believe that maybe your words are so cryptic and so profound and full of deep meaning that they could subconsciously even just give you that side of the argument, be like, yeah, okay, and they lose their obviously superior point because
It's one of Yeah, it's one of the things I've been thinking about too since our opportunity number two is, or third, I guess, when you brought up questions versus statements. So philosophical debate can bring up questions within the person, and then that also just like, well, now my argument is less because now I'm asking more questions than I'm asking, giving my truths to. Um, when Chun Po is in the forest, for example, against the felling tree.
Mhm.
It's like, I like statements, not questions. Right. So stuff like that. And I think that's really good points. So
you have left at least one person dazed and confused. They had to be gently escorted out, and they're just like shell shocked, like, oh, what is going on? Where am I?
excellent.
You
Okay.
can wax philosophical at people to stun and confuse them.
Right. Okay. So I will stop here. I'm going to do math next as I, once I get these catalysts for myself, spend my DTA, my 55 DTA. I will go back, thank them for their time, and go to the training hall, work on my fellowship reinforcements. And that's what I will do for the next a little bit. So that's it for now. Why don't we swap over to Chun Po?
Mr. Poe.
If we still have a William here, that is.
Yes.
Mr. William.
Can you all hear me?
Hear you now.
Okay. Apologies there. How was the discussion of DAOs?
Excellente. I just need to say that I used a narrative point on my suit for aspect of the orrery.
Cool.
Just want to speed up time. That's all.
Gotcha. What are we doing? Going faster.
That's me. I like to go fast.
All right. Chun Po pauses in his fellowship reinforcement at the time. Quickly realizes, how does one reinforce influence? But
Just an outwards musing, or is that a question directed at somebody in your proximity that could answer?
that was just to Chun Po's self, I guess, asking somebody as he's prank calling, because that's what the fellowship training, reinforced training was.
Actually, Was prank calling somebody knowledgeable in that? Hey, hey.
Okay. I did, let's see, this was 3 weeks. I have 6 weeks left. 3 weeks got me almost 3/4 of the way there. I'll just do them a week at a time and see how far up I can get. So, slash R, 1 week, 126, D, 100, that's the 99. Scroll down. 2 100s, okay. No ones, sad day.
There is only
Remove,
sadness.
yes, I removed 2 successes because 2 100s. This was
Yes.
1 week. Fellowship, reinforcements, training. Okay, taking those 122 successes. And 125. So we are at 25080. Right. I believe I was at 66 per. Hang on a second. Got me close. What was my
Root.
math? Because it didn't jump on montage, or I didn't jump on the montage train that hard. They haven't popped that yet. One in quintuplet. If I'm training under my master, or if this is truly training. Do the forbidden. Let's. If I was doing this in the library, I would have gotten +5.
Are you doing research or training?
Trainings.
Okay, so you wouldn't want to
But
do.
this is I believe training with my master and sitting and prank calling people. That's what it was. Now I've got to remember the math for the equation that I did to get. Oh, also, this would have been different. Let's go back through that. This would have been 4. Because last I remember, I thought I got to 66. Yes. Okay, there we go. It is times 66. Okay, so I just need 122 times 66 plus those. Okay. It's 132 out of 11250. Alrighty. That's where I'm at after another week. I can do this up to 6 times. Two 6 weeks. Do this again.
Wow.
No ones in 100s. And then that's this number plus the quantity, exactly 126, so times 66 yields. Okay. Oh, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, so get rid of that. We are at the total number becomes 41448, which is enough. After 2 of my 6 weeks, before being able to match up with Liron, I have completed fellowship reinforcement training. And I had the catalysts. What's the action economy necessary to then, if I have all my catalysts and I have the progress for the reinforcement training, do I just get fellowship reinforcement 10? Or do I need to do anything else?
I mean, that's a lot of rolls, my guy. Should be able
Yeah.
to get them. You have all the catalysts you need.
Yes.
Then you
That
good,
has already been
homie.
done. Sweet.
As long as you
Good.
follow the
Good.
the progression of how many progress you need per tier.
Yes. Yes. Well,
Then,
I kept track of it and got it to a total, and then got that total.
then you Gucci.
Awesome. Could I possibly have fellowship reinforcement tier 10 without the secret?
9! It's mine. No one can have it. I'm kidding. I suppose you could have it.
Quick question, Chun Po. What what part of the month are you doing your fellowship on?
So this would technically be, I did 2 weeks. I'm in like month 4 and 2 weeks in.
Okay. Good, because I'll be doing this in like month 3 for myself. So then you can have the fellowship book. I just want to make sure we weren't taking the book for each other. You know what I mean?
Understood. Do we have like, there isn't even an influence book. How does one, or at least not that I know of?
No, we have an influence book. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we didn't because of Gestalt.
We don't have a Gestalt influence book. We have a normal catalyst requiring book for influence reinforcement. We got that from Cubics, I do believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. Behold.
Oh. Holy crap. Okay. We'll see. I looked at the bottom and I was just like, wait a minute. Okay.
Guess who's the protagonist? And they get some extra protagonist powers.
I would like to use a spotlight to use an antagonist point to not have him
Imagine.
get dunked on.
The death glare.
I'm not doing that.
I
To be clear.
appreciate
But I am using a spotlight on Johnny for when he's doing his fellowship stuff.
Oh yeah. Do you have a 5 or 4 still for your bonus?
I have 5 now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't need that anymore as I have gotten it. And we copy and paste this and put it into the shortcut for the notepad that has all of my reinforcements. I'm gonna need to slap somebody. Alright, cool. I will Chun Po with roughly a month left to utilize. We'll go to Lorekeeper. Or well, we have the book. What does the book recommend that one does to gain influence?
You know, that's a good question. I never really thought about wondering if the book had like instructions on getting catalyst for influence.
That's a fair point.
I was just
I didn't.
Do you want to check?
Yeah.
Whoa! Let's not get too hasty here. That could be forbidden knowledge.
I'm good at learning
does.
forbidden knowledge.
It has a philosophically cryptic list of potential sources that could maybe assist you in your acquisition of catalysts.
It's not even cryptic. It's just like, do this.
Do this. You got this, fam.
It's even made more cryptic because it's not cryptic. Everyone's like, this can't be real.
Yeah, right. That's what we were like.
That's pretty funny. So, yeah, for the. Are you talking about the influence book?
Yes, as I have never. I didn't realize we had it, and I was just like, wait a second. I know that I can't get. I can't just. Never mind. I would just like to read it and understand and try to understand what it means by influence and influence reinforcement.
It's your influence over the Dao. Your Dao and your Dao over the path. Recommendations are meditation, putting your Dao to the test and recovering. Specific methods that are of your Dao. So if you are poison Dao, you would want to do further your poison knowledge and put your Dao to the test. A good way to stress your Dao is Dao Discussion. You can believe that. Point is not to purposely lose, but to engage in a discussion on a topic that you're most likely going to lose. But you try your best anyways, because that stresses your Dao, and you practice wielding it outside of a realm of advantage. You actually put yourself at severe disadvantage by picking a topic you're definitely probably going to lose, and then seeing if you can still win. And that actually can heavily train your Dao. because you're constantly putting it to test and you're stressing it. And you want to do practice bouts. If you do real ones, this will
Well, yeah. So the difference between a Dao battle and a Dao discussion.
Yeah. Dao discussion is just practice. If you lose, you might get nauseous for an hour, or you might stare into space for an hour, or you might feel depressed, or minor stuff. In a Dao battle, your Dao could have shattered, which is why you're trying to make it into a much more what would you call that? Flexible, durable material. It doesn't even have to be metal, but your Dao at this current moment, since it's untested, is brittle and very fragile. And what you're trying to do is stress it, put cracks in it, and then your Dao kind of undergoes a transformation or even a transmutation into a new material with new properties the more you test it and the more you build it up over time. So instead of a brittle, fragile material, it can become a very flexible, almost indestructible material over time.
Does the book mention influence catalyst development?
That specifically that.
Just okay, the Dao discussion and
Yeah, you would just read the book. The book is a bunch of Taoist philosophy.
Okay.
And you just read that and try and wrap your head around it to get your,
okay. that is the catalysts.
No.
Or that is the training. Okay.
That is the training, yes.
Okay. Well, with Lorekeeper, it was a flat time, like, just do this and enough time spent, and that was it. How do you want, like, because I read good. I don't know how quickly you want me to read this, because I didn't realize, or this isn't the Gestalt one, so there's no secrets.
No, you want to just have a bunch of Dao discussions with Lorekeeper. They are an expert in Dao battles and Dao discussions.
Okay, yeah, that also. I was about to say Sword Elder, because sharpness and poison
Sword Elder lives
don't
in
get
the
along.
present.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to club you over the head with, doesn't matter, it's not right now. When's right now? Just a moment ago. And also right now.
Okay.
And now. And you're like, oh,
Lorekeeper it is.
It's a form of obliviousness that
Gotcha.
the elder practice, and it makes for a very bad discussion partner.
Lorekeeper it is.
Mini Lorekeeper turns over and is like, ooh, you want to fight moi?
Yeah, just enough to get some training.
You dare to challenge moi?
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just making a big deal about it. This is kind of my bread and butter.
Yay.
I don't fight people. I talk at them, and they lose.
You just make their head hurt enough?
No. I with my words, I touch their Dao with my invasive fingies, and I do stuff to them.
Oh dear.
And I'm a Lorekeeper. I keep lore of the path. If you try and throw a curveball at me, or if you try and use a brute force method, or frankly, any method, I can just wield the path against you because I know stuff. Also, I'm not really a combatant. You know, that time people spend training and swinging their swords?
Yeah.
I spend all that time walking the path, smelling the flowers, turning rocks over, studying rocks. Like, hey, this rock looks different. How did this rock get here? Where did this rock come from? Someone carry it? Did this just kind of end up here because of the geographical change? Was there a giant battle? Like, if a person spent 10 years swinging a sword to get good at sword, well, I spent 10 years walking the path. Down, up and down. It makes me a poor combatant, but when I say stuff,
Your
I'm real good at it.
voice holds more weight to the now.
Yeah. I use these mobile slates for, my writing, but if I need to wield a weapon, I use a brush, because they pull out a calligraphy brush, and oh boy, is this stylized. If you've ever seen the fanciest, coolest fucking sword in your life, 10 that is a calligraphy brush. Yeah, it's a dope brush.
How you paint and the world responds?
Oh my god, check this out. Hold on, I'm gonna need to be the real me. Come outside. As you walk
I'm still
outside
on the
your vault.
moon.
Well, yeah, you're in your vault, but they take
Okay.
you outside the vault.
Okay.
And normal Lorekeeper takes the brush and swishes it in a particular like downward swish, like you're dipping it in something, in a big flourish, and now it's covered in ink, even though there is no inkwell. And then they write on the air in the words "day."
Okay,
when
they write day in the air?
Well, no, they write into the air itself.
Okay,
And
yeah,
they stay. S-T-A-Y.
Yeah, and they stay.
Stay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. My bad. Okay, I understand
And
what's
they do a
happening.
little flourish on the last little accent, and the language they wrote fills the space.
Okay.
And they strike a few cool poses, and you're like, whoa, those are some cool poses before the effect wears off, and you're like, oh, Lorekeeper's just being a dork.
So the brush aspect was the defense against somebody swinging a sword at you?
It's my way of projecting words in a more weighted fashion, because sometimes tools are required to even the playing field. If I'm fighting a sword nerd of the 7th degree, I'm gonna need a tool. You don't fight sword nerds of that level without some sort of tool or some sort of advantage, because those guys, they've completed the sword body, where you can wrap yourself entirely with, well, sword energy. And for the very, very gifted ones, that's when you get to start wielding sword threads. It's really hard to deal with sword threads for someone who's like me.
Is a sword thread where the blade travels to get a perfect cut?
No, those are, it's a special Dao called lines of weakness. There's a big fancier down name for it, but if you use the technical term, it's lines of weakness. Everyone is built with their build has flaws, and it's more of an eye technique. You observe the flaws in the person, and using your understand.
Oh, sorry. I apologize, Master.
Ooh.
I've seen
Yeah.
a type of blade technique where they saw the line that they needed their blade to travel to get a killing blow. But what you are describing sounds like lines on top of a person that is where the weakness is.
They can be used in tandem. It's just that's a really hefty build into that particular thing, because sometimes the line required to make a killing blow doesn't fucking exist. Because the being able to see a line for a killing blow requires you to be able to make that blow in the first place, or like there's a lot of stipulations with it, because it's also your attainment in swordsmanship. If you haven't gotten over the mind hurdle of even if he's better than me, I can still get a killing blow. A lot of people don't really do well with the idea that, oh, my efforts might be completely invalidated because someone is just better or has had more time at it. Instead of dwelling on that, they then change their strategy and can build a mindset of, if I tactically approach this fight, I can get him to overstep once and rake my blade across the killing blow. But you also have to have the mentality to unlock that type of swordsmanship. So if you ever go down that path, you got to train your mind as much as you have to train your swordsmanship. Because even if you can see the lines, if your swordsmanship is poor and your foundations are poor, you can't make that cut anyways.
Something that is truly impossible, no matter what one may think.
The lines of
Also,
failure.
Master,
Huh?
I do apologize once again. We're going down the path that I didn't originally set out to go on with this conversation.
Did I tangent? Oh, sorry. I tangent a lot.
I did too. I think that's part of the delirium and the asking too many questions, and I'm trying to remember to ask the right questions. How should I... How does one talk about poison?
Just talk about poison? I mean, I could just go, hey, have you heard about that one poison that makes you itchy?
Sure.
Yeah, and then you go, wow, yeah, is it this one or this one? Oh, I think it's that one. Well, let me tell you a little bit about the recipe and its effects on a person. That's talking about poison, right?
Sure. Would the concept between, or the differences between poison and medicine and the dosage, where, I guess, finding a poison that can be a medicine, I haven't quite found yet.
A poison can be a medicine?
Well, technically, more of a medicine can be a poison at the right dose. You can use too much of a good thing, and you can always... there's very easily too much of a bad thing.
Here, let me help you understand this with a hands-on master-disciple example.
All right.
And they come over and they check your pulse. And you can feel a gentle energy kind of flow through you. And you're like, whoa, okay, what's this doing? And eventually, you have a lot of knots in your shoulders and your neck and your back. Like, you can feel kind of a soothing, relaxing energy pour through you. And all the minor things that had built up, this kind of small headache that's been in the back of your head kind of eases off and goes away. And you feel like, oh, wow, this is really gosh darn helpful. And then it keeps going. And you're like, okay, I'm done. And it keeps going. And you're like, having a hard time standing. And then eventually the muscles go limp. And then you fall to the ground, unable to put any tension in your muscles at all. Oh, too much? I'm sorry. You should have told me to stop. Whoops.
Huddle,
That'll wear off
Chun
in an
Po.
hour. And they kind of
Um,
squat down. So, was that a little too much?
Can Chun Po talk, or has he lost so much of tension that he can't?
You can't. All you can do is blink.
Okay. Chun Po will. Chun Po's fairly good at understanding energy flow. And has had to do that with poison training before.
Yeah. You can get this foreign energy out of you
Okay.
pretty quickly if you just cycle your energies.
Then yeah, I'm gonna be cycling my energy. Chun Po's wondering, okay, so how does this help with influence reinforcement, and what exactly happened? I was given a medicine, it helped until it was a bad idea, or was I given a poison that relaxed my muscles?
No, I gave you a medicine. That is a energy that I have cultivated over a bit of time. It's a passive energy that rolls through me, and it fixes all the minor things that ail me. I don't have tension that builds up. I don't have headaches. I don't have all the little things that could plague me throughout my journey on the path. I never really get tired, and I never get dry eyes. It's an energy of convenience, and I shared a little bit of that with you because not all medicines or poisons have to be a physical substance. It can be an energy that you share with others or expose others to. That classified as one of the minor medicines of the path. They're one of the 10 great, or like, there's the minor medicines and the great medicines. I have successfully cultivated one of the supreme minor medicines. And I
Perfect
shared it with you.
convenience. Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
the energy of convenience. It cures all the smallest things that ail me, caused by me. It's specifically cultivated to help fight yourself against yourself, because everything you do builds up. Let's call it a debt to yourself. Stay up too late. Go on a walk too long. Don't sleep.
You later.
Yeah, and then I have to pay it off later. Could mean, heck, I'm not able to focus during cultivation, which is exactly what you want to be doing if you want to cultivate, is entering a focused trance. But you can't if you're not taking care of yourself. This thing fixes it, and it is classified, everyone, and even the Dao itself, path, as a medicine. And I shared it with you. And I kept sharing until I poisoned you with it, because I gave you too much. That's dosage.
Yeah.
That was the whole purpose of this example, is I gave you way too much.
I appreciate it, and I understand the base concept of a dose of a good thing is too much of a good thing creates this.
Mhm.
I'm more, well, also I don't know if this has anything to do with influence reinforcement. Granted, I appreciate the very real example.
Oh, I didn't know that's what we're doing.
I was wondering if I've been confounded to try and build a poison that flips on itself and becomes a medicine.
I mean, it's not hard at all. You have it in your books here, in the advanced books that you haven't gotten to yet.
Gotcha.
The impurity devouring poison. It digs into your body and eats specific toxins and impurities out of your body, and you get wildly ill. We're talking on death's door ill. And then once it's run its course and cannot find anything else, it then eats itself. And then the energies left afterwards, depending on how much toxin it ate, how close you were to death's door, and how much it had to eat of itself, you are then provided with a panacea, the remnants of the poison that is running your system. And that panacea then seeps into where the toxins were, fills that gap, and ta-da! Medicine. And you're way stronger because of it, because you get to have the panacea and you're clear of toxins. So it's a double benefit. You just...
That sounds like it would kill me, though.
Yeah, no, you would die real bad. Because it would never stop. But the funny part is so long as the poison is something you can eat, you will never die to it. So don't make a penultimate grade toxin devouring poison, because you can't fight that yet. But if it's a high grade, you can just tell it to stop by eating it first. Yummy in my tummy. Because it's a poison. Just eat that
So I can
bitch.
just convince it to eat itself, or was that?
You just eat it yourself. Just go, ow, delicious.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, you would probably have to get to third stage of Poison Lust to gain doubt control over all poisons.
Hmm.
And then they become your familiars and you can control them, and then they do your bidding because somehow you animate them. I don't know.
It's pretty awesome.
Peeked a little bit about your book. I couldn't peek too hard because that would consider reading it, but I can peek at the contents of a book.
Okay.
Yep. Don't even look at that though until you've reached.
At least 2.
Yeah. 2 is good. If I want 2.
At what point is... Because there are times to where I would say I do have poison and I utilize poison, but also I still want to follow life and to understand life, and I picked up poison to live.
Tangent. I'm calling you on tangent this time. You mentioned earlier something about influence catalysts?
Yes, influence catalysts.
Yeah, and I chastised
and
myself
reinforcements.
for going on a tangent and wasting your time. But now we're going on a tangent. And do you want to work on your foundations?
Yes, I'm not
Okay,
sure
let's
how.
do that. I'm going to talk at you, and you're going to talk back as best you can. And I'm going to talk about things you know nothing about. And you're just going to try and talk to me as if you do, using your Dao. Do you know what your Dao is?
Okay.
But do you know what your Dao is? What's your Dao, bud?
I don't. Not definitively.
Oh, do you know that your Dao name is different than your Dao? It should be connected to what you do, but...
My Dao name.
You practice the Dao of Poison.
Yes.
That is currently your Dao. Is the thing you do. It shapes what you do and how you approach the world. And in fact, you are so into the Dao of Poison, but don't ever think you are not. Your freaking spirit bone is poison. You have one of the greatest, and I do mean like top 5 greatest poison devouring techniques on all 5 paths. You have a poison vault. You are so poisoned out.
Fair enough. Alright, I am poison Dao.
Yes, that doesn't mean you can't dabble in other things, but that is your primary Dao. We'll get into Dao hierarchy and structure once we get into mountain climbing, okay?
Sounds good. That is a subject I'm very interested in understanding what's higher than poison and what is higher than, and what is the structure of that?
Yeah, well, we'll get into that.
Yes.
And I have a treat for you. Climbing the mountain is going to be easy fucking peasy, so long as we can get through the visitations. Because you have cheat codes, and I'm going to help you use them.
Okay.
But foundations first. So we've figured out your primary Dao. I'm going to talk about things in a Dao discussion with you. You're going to try and win the argument using the only thing you know best, which is poisons.
Poison.
Topic number 1 is going to talk about underwater basket weaving.
Okay.
And yes, I have underwater basket weaved. And underwater basket weaving is a thing in certain remote regions. Because you need what is called a living basket. You have to weave it out of kelp and seaweed on the spot so that you can go collect all the little goodies found at the bottom of the tide pools. Let me tell
Okay.
you about water basket weaving. And they're going to enter into what is a gauntlet of extremely obscure things they know way too much about. And you have to somehow fight back and win the argument using your Dao of Poison.
Okay.
You can defeat underwater basket weaving.
Yeah, basically, it's one catalyst per DTA.
One catalyst per DTA. Okay.
Yeah, your master is really good
Okay.
via
So
this level of cultivation.
55 DTA then
We'll
for.
get you all the catalysts, and now
Yep.
you can begin your march.
That's 55 DTA, and that looks. Sorry, I'm looking for how many DTS that actually is. Okay, 18.
Divided by 6.
So, yeah. 18 a day. I had calculator up, but never mind.
Mm-hmm.
3 days and some change. Hang on a second. Oh, 3 days and 1 DTA. Okay. So 5 or yeah. So 5 DTA, 2 DTS, and 3 days. Okay. I was confounded and probably left with a headache. And let's see. 2 acidic of water will ruin your basket weave. 2 salty of water ruins the basket weave. That's the poison that's fighting against this.
That's why you use living material, because you make a lot of good points in that particular aspect, but that would only apply to, unfortunately, non-living material. And I'm not killing the plant. I'm picking up the plant, weaving their their little tendrils,
Mm-hmm.
and I shape it into a basket. They're not dead. I haven't like ripped out the tendrils.
Yeah.
It's okay, buddy. Keep trying. You got this.
What
And then when you
Yes.
Mhm.
What does this do on the path, though, other than exist?
Underwater basket weaving is an art, and so many people just blow it off as just superfluous waste of time. But do you know what I got by learning underwater basket weaving?
I do not.
I got a story. I got history. I got to go to the bottom of the tide pools. I got to learn about what caused the formation of the tide pools, which was a grand Dao battle, which turns out, dropped the level of the ocean by 10 feet, which made these tide pools, which were completely submerged at that point. And the fallout of their battle left traces. It was said that 1 million swords and 1 million spears shattered in their fight. And the fragments of those weapons could be found all over and around the body of water which they fought over. They produce a shard from an axe, or from a spear, and a sword. Like these two I found in the tide pools.
So going down, or learning basket weaving, which appeared useless at the time, or useless to begin, you found a history that led you to an artifact.
Yeah, and the underwater basket weaving actually is because you can't actually pick them up with your hands and carry them in a storage ring. You can't go storage ring because these materials, when I found them, still had the memories, the Dao imprints, and all the really powerful energies that are really hostile to other things because of this level of weapon they were. And these plants have grown to a point where they can eat these energies. So if you put them in your spatial ring will become destroyed in a matter of moments. But if you take your little scooper that you made and you scoop the things into the basket, by the time you get to the surface, all the hostile energies have been absorbed by the plants because it's nutritious. And that's why you don't want to kill the plants, because you need them alive to eat the bad juju. And I got some keepsakes. I got a great bitchin' story. I found some wildly powerful pearls. A little bit of luck rubbed off on me on that one. And we had some of the best seafood I've had in a long time. I got so many clams. Oh,
That does sound nice.
I know.
That sounds well lived.
Exactly. So underwater basket weaving. How dare you try and put your filthy poison on my basket? Oh, he didn't deserve that. I actually put my basket back and unwove him so that he can go on living his best seaweed life.
Okay.
You found that you've actually run out of Dao argument points a long time ago because you only have 10.
I have no idea how many.
And they just keep racking more and more Dao points against you. And when they reach 100 Dao points, they're like, I think that should do it.
Oh.
You have, unfortunately, 90 unanswered Dao points. I think I win. On to the next point. Let me tell you about chopsticks. Like, oh, this is gonna be a rough 3 fucking days.
Yep. Okay, so hang on a second.
55 topics of obscurity and Lorekeeper knowing a little too much about really stupid things.
My head.
Being able to leverage stories as infinite Dao points.
You're not sure what they are, but they are, as they say, not a great combatant, but they are an amazing scholar. Gotta watch out for those sword nerds.
Okay.
I was gonna be one of those.
Master, how does one get what should I do for the training for the reinforcements now that the catalysts have been very thoroughly out into me?
Read that book. Let some monks tell you about some Taoism.
Okay.
Or Buddhism, whichever one's in there. It's a bunch of philosophy.
Beautiful. Now, Matt, do you want it to just be once I'm done reading the book, or do you want it to be...
No, you gotta do the whole rigmarole of you gotta get the progress bar now.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well,
It's my in-game reason as to what is in the book and why reading the book gives you the accelerated progress block of getting reinforcements.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the contents in the book. You got the catalyst, just using the book, do the progress bars, get result.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see. From the last one that I had 41,250 as the math for from 0 to tier 10, but that was with fellowship. I believe
Same.
that would be okay. So 41,250 is okay to work with.
Mhm.
Okay. Then I will make some rolls. I still have, let's see, 5 DTA, 2 DTS, and 3 days to finish this week. And then I have one more week after that.
Mhm.
So let's work backwards. So 1 week, or we'll get to that week. So 3 days. So 18 times 3. Plus the quantity. Or well,
How about while you're doing math, we jump over to Casey?
yep.
I got 2 weeks,
You got 2
and
weeks.
I think. I guess I can get some information and leave some time for both, or for all of us to prepare then.
Get some underwater basket weaving training in.
Let me get untangled from the puppies, and then I will get to the computer. Well, I'm already a master of underwater basket weaving. What do you think I've been doing for the past 800 years?
Hey, that's not part of your backstory.
The convenient backstory insert. More
8
like
years.
backstory replacement. Um,
Okay, well, life is different for you on the other end of achieving the pinnacle. You can actually have a definitive demarcation in your life of before the contact or pinnacle of contact and after. The world looks different. The world feels different. Everything in the world feels like a leverage point. You're not sure what you can do with it, because to you, you can just touch everything. I have contacted it. You can have things come in contact with one another. You can also prevent things from having contact, which is really funny if you put it on the bottom of your feet and go. You're more likely to slip and fall, creating a non-zero friction or a non-friction surface, and crack your head. But you
I'd
can
like to
also
try
leverage
something.
how much contact it has, so you can dial it up or down, and just start hoverboarding around. Just you have. It's like walking on ice everywhere you go. Or
Okay.
you can create a contact that's almost like glue.
So it. Okay.
Here's the problem. It is a pinnacle. It's not an esoteric. It's not a magic. It's not like if you're not directly touching it, you can't. Except you have the sound Dao. That is
We're also
your
in an atmosphere.
Well, that's the thing. Even if you're in an atmosphere, if you're touching the air, you're only touching the air particles around you. You're not.
Yeah, and I have mathematics, so I'm going to make a chain reaction here to see what happens
you
when I
go.
look like an air cannon.
Correct. So it's sound, because the mathematics chants are still sound. So using sound, everything is contactable and in the way you want it to be. It can even, in certain cases, get between the cracks of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets really goofy from there. Unfortunately, you don't have anything else to leverage other than sound, which is honestly perfectly
Got my
fine.
waveform Qigong.
Right, you have that. So you have Qigong and your sound that you can leverage through contact. You just don't have
Yeah.
additional pinnacles to leverage contact even further, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I know. It's the first pillar. I also have Shadow Qigong. I'm gonna see if I can like conceptually make my shadow, since it is part of myself during Shadow Qigong, contact things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Qigong's weird like that. Weirdly enough, Eclipse feels greasy. Like he has some sort of like envelope around him.
Yeah.
You recognize
He
part
also
of it.
has understanding of contact as well.
He does, but he also has the Great Perfection True Body. Which makes energy, especially if trained all the way up that high, gives you a passive energy resistance and barrier, especially to things like sound.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to leverage your contact pinnacle through sound and other methods. But if sound just greases right off of him in almost a no friction, actually in a no friction contact, it's just like touch it. I'm applying contact. I'm applying friction. It's like there's no friction to be found here. Almost like a spaceship, like warp envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Here's an interesting part because you have a high intelligence and you get to see this through the Pinnacle of Contact. How this envelope works is that it's not that you can't use your Pinnacle of Contact to create a gripping surface on this, because the Pinnacle of Contact, trained the way you have, trained by a cosmic practitioner, means you can technically create friction on a non-friction surface for contact. Problem is, the envelope is constantly shed for a new envelope. So every like nanosecond, you have to apply your constant reapplication of full friction to a non-friction surface because it's constantly being refreshed at a rate that is concerning. And you realize you might have to learn how to do this to develop the great perfection, void body.
Okay.
There's a lot of steps. You also feel like you lost just the smallest iota of energy every time you come in contact with that barrier, as if it has
Just
a
choose
little.
not to come into contact with the barrier.
Yeah. And that's a funny thing. You can technically create a known contact surface.
Can I do the flash thing where he like vibrates so fast that he goes through things? Instead, I can just choose to have my body not contact the atoms of a wall or something and just walk through it.
That would require a little bit more because
Okay.
you're still. If you make no contact and you go through the wall, that means it really depends on how you're able to disseminate it. Like if you build your sound Dao to the point where you can create incredible vibrations like that, like get your sound Dao up to that point, then potentially, yeah, you can just phase through walls and then not destroy them by vibrating through and creating a no contact. Problem is, you don't got that resonance and that vibration yet up to that level. So either you slip through the wall and the wall like blows around you and then stays in a U-shaped hole like a Kool-Aid man, or your atoms mingle with the walls.
Yeah.
But yeah, the possibilities are fucking endless with this contact stuff. Because now you can come in contact with even metaphysical things like energy, even the light that comes down from the sun in orbit.
Mm-hmm.
So, life is fucking different now for you. You also had no realization of how much stuff cultivators come in contact with at all times. Lar alone leaks like a breached reactor in all the stuff he comes in contact with at all times.
So I've got my movement ability that lets me move through sound. I would like to make a mind select on that. Make it so I don't move necessarily there, but I can act from those positions within the area. So I count as being in a square when I do an action.
Again, there's a lot of stuff you can do. You could potentially do that. You could potentially do that, but a different permutation of it.
I guess I probably don't even need to do a mind select there.
So, with your contact, do you know this? If someone else does not have a domain, a pinnacle of their own, or a divinity, if someone tries to hit you and say, you cannot come in contact with me in any possible way, and especially one that would bring me harm, people cannot hit you with a sword or a weapon, or even touch you, if you don't wish. This is where you have developed a TPS. Triangle, or TPS? Yes, it's TPS. Triangle Power Score.
Okay.
Always forget what the S means. Triangle Power Score is where you actually need to keep track of. Every pinnacle counts as 1. Every domain and layer counts as 1. Every level of divinity counts as 1.
Okay. So if you have higher than somebody else, you have control over whatever it is.
In most 3 out of 4 times, so 75% of the time, you will have narrative control over the fight. It does come down to the rock paper scissors game in some cases. So,
and I'm assuming some non-triangle of power related things in this campaign in particular are as powerful.
Yeah. So
Dao-wise.
if you've got the divinity of wood, and there's a guy you have 2 levels of divinity with wood is your element, and you have a dude who's like, I'm divinity of fire and I've just started out. Well, the rock paper scissors game says that guy has an advantage, but you also have higher TPS, so the fight's equal despite the TPS difference. But only in those rare cases does that happen. If you have a higher TPS, you have a wild advantage over somebody. TPS is also calculated by how many major realms you've also ascended through. If you get through the color ranks, unfortunately, that does not count as a TPS gain. That is just not even the beginning of cultivation.
Good job. You're at the beginning. Yeah.
If you complete mountain climbing, that's 1 TPS. If you complete spiritualism, depending on how well you do with spiritualism, it can be 1 to 4 TPS.
Okay.
If you get your golden core / truth crystal, that's 5 TPS. And this is kind of one of the hidden undercurrent mechanics of the game to show strength. You can be lower in cultivation than somebody, but you have higher TPS than them, and you just absolutely trounce them in combat. And you're like, I thought you were supposed to be stronger. You're a whole realm higher than me. You had magnitude on fucking everything you had against me. Well, you didn't care about numbers. You were using narrative, and you beat him in the narrative. So
Okay.
funny part is you are particularly weak to one of the worst. Because you had this before, the pinnacle art of hitting, or any of the really dumb striking ones where it's just like, I hit you.
Yeah, but I can choose
you
how it hits me.
Yes, you can try and leverage it on how it hits you, but if you go, you can't come in contact with me, they're like, it doesn't matter, I still hit you. And you're like, I don't understand. There was no contact. I hit you though. And then you have to stand and stare and go, but how did you hit me if there's no contact?
I don't see how that's relevant.
Exactly. And that's where the goofy part comes in. If you can leverage more TPS, you immediately make those kind of easy pinnacles useless, because those are really poor solo pinnacles. Like Pinnacle Art of Hitting could be made good if you have 4 other really powerful support pillars.
Okay.
But alone, I mean, a lot of guys train the Pinnacle Art of Hitting, especially swordsmen. Oh, especially swordsmen. You just need to get your next pinnacle, and then you start to invalidate other people's pinnacles because you have more TPS. Because this is also something you all should look into. Johnny and William. Hello?
I was hearing you and I was listening. One pinnacle of hitting?
I'm
GPS.
working on the official first version handout / Word document of Triangles of Power. I think we
Okay.
touched upon it a couple times, but there's going to be an official document, 3 different handouts, including 3 additional ones for the outer ones, but I don't know if we'll be doing the outer ones as much, or they're just going to be rare. But the Triangles of Power is an old power system in my game that has gone under many, many revisions. Johnny, you're an old hand at this. It started with domains. Basically, there's the ability to control an area around you, or just wherever you go, things don't affect you the way they should. So you control a domain, whether personal, area, or otherwise. That's one of the Triangles of Power. This adds narrative weight to the character, which is the point of Triangles of Power. It gives you control over the story itself in a certain lens. Divinity is control over like elemental and or other natural forms of the story, the environment, the resources found there. And then Pinnacle is taking a skill or a discipline to such an extreme, you have reached the pinnacle in that skill. There is only one person in existence who is better than you at that skill, and that would be the apex holder of that skill.
Yeah.
If they even exist. And sometimes they don't exist because no one has reached the apex.
Now, if
There's
somebody
only-
has an apex of a broader category of things and you are an apex of a narrower, aren't you above them for that?
Nope. If your concept falls under their umbrella, you're fucked.
Or you might make them lose their apex if you get enough understanding of that specific thing.
Nope. The problem with Apex is if they have more TPS, because say they have 100 TPS because they had to master 100 different things, and maybe let's say it's a flimsy mastery, and you're like, that's not mastery, this is mastery, but you only have 4 TPS.
They can leverage the other aspects to.
They can leverage the other 96 aspects against you and say, it doesn't matter. Your perception of the world is incomplete because I have these other 96 things to complete my perception of what is the apex.
Okay,
But
okay.
the fight for the top is really hard. Generating the first apex is the hardest thing that players in other games have found. You don't just develop an Apex. You don't just stumble upon it. Players have spent entire campaigns trying to build one. I've had one success a lot of games. So,
Okay.
And they sit with it very precariously. So if someone looks at their blueprint and goes, okay, if I do all the things they do and better, and then do more, the Apex shifts over to you. Because once it's there, it's a crown that sits on someone's head and can be taken. But if
That's
you
why
have the
you
Pinnacle,
kill all the people who taught you.
that is a method. That is what you want to do to keep your crown. Do it. Just know that people will be like, this guy's an asshole. Let's beat him on principle.
You can't. I got an Apex.
We'll undermine you.
Nothing
You
to
kill
undermine.
them.
Yeah.
And then you kill them. And
Oh, well, that was easy. I don't know why he even brought up that he was trying to take my Apex. He saw what happened to the other guys.
So there won't be any Apex users in this module. Developing one, I will say, retires you from the module. Like your character is exited out of the fishbowl, your character retires. So if you do get to the Apex. Because if you develop the Apex, that means you've also twisted the laws of reality. And you have full understanding, and if you reach that point in the game's over anyways. Like, I control the path because I control the laws. So there won't be any Apexes, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just a bit of lore drop for all of y'all. If you're the Apex of a Pinnacle. Divinity has their own, and Domain have their own. But no one's ever developed any of those. So Pinnacle is the highest you can reach in a skill. And these 3 triangles of power, Divinity, Domain, Pinnacle, give you narrative control over the story and allow you to kind of be little mini GMs in your own very small lens that you've built. And the more TPS you have, the more narrative control of the environment I put in front of you get. What else? It's another expression or way to fight above your weight class. It will also be incredibly helpful in all of the advanced opportunities that I put in front of you, the really hard stuff. Because you're going to need not just mechanical aspects, but narrative aspects to go through the content. We haven't done a raid yet. You're going to want to, be pretty strong for the raid. I'm not sure which one we're doing yet because you guys haven't gotten to that content, and we're going to space. Spice!
Be different.
It could be different. So, things to consider. TPS, triangle point score, or triangle power score, is going to be something you will want to keep track of. Because it will matter.
Can I borrow the scene for just a moment?
You were.
So far, 69 successes times, that's supposed to be 5 times 10. The 5 times 10 for my montage hero, 10 for clarity of mind. I have star pupil, I have the training room, and I have base. But if I was up to 66 before, which the math works there, I can't remember
And
where I got the other 8.
do you remember the bonuses from Lorekeeper?
I did not.
Because they give you plus 5 to progress if it is a physical pursuit. But if it is a non-physical pursuit, and it's pursuit of the Tao and anything scholarly and philosophical. They give you anywhere up to like, if they're directly training you, it's plus 50
Plus
progress.
50?
If you're just reading off in a corner and they're in the same room, it's plus 25.
Can I use her, or can she directly train me in this along with the reading? Or
Yeah, if you want them to have book club with you,
okay.
they love this shit. This is their bread and butter. You're reading a book, you fool. And yeah, you can also, if you'd like, retroactively reduce the
Okay.
amount of time spent in your fellowship readings.
Okay, so times 50 then.
Don't forget your masters. Your masters are really important. Duality is really weird
Bonus.
as a Lar, but you already know that. They're not really good at giving bonuses or progress bonuses, but they can help you train in almost anything, or at least give you really weird training.
The stars are your masters.
Yeah. But also,
So-
your training has the ability to develop additional things along with just the results. So
It's more of an environmental bonus than a person bonus. I find it most of the time.
Oh yeah. And it's like, hey master, do you have some long lost treasures you can give me? Yeah, if you want to go search the surface of the moon, if you like. It's like, oh,
Okay, so this is a more accurate thing, so 50 times 5 plus 10 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1. 268 times 69 yields. Okay, so from there, we got 18,492. Okay. That was the 5 days to finish the week. I have 3 weeks left before I am matched up with Liron. I'll just do 1 week, I think, because that was a lot. A lot more than I thought. And 268 per success.
Of progress there.
Yeah. That was for influence reinforcement training.
Do you have multiple sources of progress bonuses?
Yeah, I tried to write them all out.
Would
So-
spotlighting you to give you another times 5 to one of those progresses help a whole lot?
Oh, yeah. Can I target the same one? So like times 5 and then
Nope.
times 5
No,
again? Okay.
no,
Nope.
no.
Okay.
I
Making
made
sure.
that not allowed.
That's
fine.
part of the rules we've already read. Yeah.
My bad. Then
What I wrote the
yeah,
first time.
because then it would be 5 times 50 plus 5 times 10. So I get an additional 50 out of that per.
40.
Then hang on a second because I need to change my math on that. 268. So
I'll spotlight
50 times 5.
you. I love making people do math. Also, we should be taking our break here soon, so I can let the puppies out.
Plus 2 plus 5 plus 1. So plus 8. So 308 per success. So take that time 308 times 69, which gives me this number. 21252. That's the actual one. And then I'll just do 1 week to finish the timeout. So 1 week to finish month 4. Doing
That's for doing influence. And that is 128 rolls. 126. My bad. Okay. 126, D100 less than 99. 125. There was a 100, but I got a 1. Those two cancel, and I got an additional 1, so I get 127 successes. Times 308 progress per success, which equals
Back to doing math, or are you still in the scene?
127 times. It is doing math, but I'm almost done.
Sus.
Yes, it is math. Sorry.
Sus.
Sus.
And that did it. Alright, so I blew through that actually. 63, 68. Could I get influence reinforcement tier 10? I really need to get better at understanding how many I have and seeing how many rolls I would need to get before just saying I'm doing all the rolls.
That's why you calculate it in Excel or something, so you can just do it that way.
Well, you should be close to finishing all of your
Should be his last one, honestly.
Swiftness is the
Oh.
only one that I don't have at tier 10, but it's at almost to tier 9. It is 1 point away from tier 9. Also, I need the wording of toughness tier 10, because that one, I got the progress, but I don't have what actually toughness tier 10 says.
I can get that
But
for
yeah.
you. So you're getting there. You're getting real close, Mr. Poe.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting real strong close.
Got 1 month left before the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But if we needed a break or anything, A-okay with break now.
Yeah, let's do a break now.
Good.
10-15 minute break.
Let's do this. I'll see y'all in
Mhm.
6 hours. Wait.
What?
Oh.
Here be. All right. Everyone here. Hmm. He has returned.
He has returned.
Has everyone returned?
think so.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't think Johnny has.
Oh, I'll go get him. 1 second.
Yeah, if you be so kind, yeah.
Thanks.
So you wanted this. The secret is you get a temporary health state that refreshes each day.
Is that the secret?
What else would the secret be, Liron?
I thought physical reinforcement. Let me get the impact.
Impact?
You have impact 10.
What does impact do?
It is a D10. It's a plus 10 to hit, and a D10 of true damage, I think.
That is weapon skill reinforcement.
Oh, there we go. Reduce avoidance by X and deal. No, physical reinforce. Oh, that is weapon. Hold on. Give me a second. Well, would you? There, physical reinforcement toughness. Shock absorb 10.
Shock absorb. Oh, I don't even have that. You want to copy paste yours?
I just have shock absorb. It reduces. I got a vague description of what it does, and that it would not be super relevant until later when critical damage. Like when you take critical damage, you take like serious wounds or something, and this helps reduce it.
It's so interesting because that's how it originally came down. Because from Dark Heresy, there is a critical wound table where you, like, when you get critical wounds, you roll a d10 or something, and then you get these negative effects. But
I
over the
chose to write it
past-
like this. I just put it in. I apologize for interrupting there.
Anyway, so yeah, in the past you would take critical damage and then you would roll depending on the hit location, right? So if it was in the arm, it wasn't too bad. You'd probably lose your arm if you took a critical hit there. If you took it in the head, you're really fucked. Like a 5, 5 or above was really bad for anything head related. But we don't really enforce it. At least I've noticed anymore because, like, for example, I took critical wounds. We've taken critical wounds, and we're not doing anything for them anymore. So I'm curious to see what shock absorbent would be.
So I've turned critical wounds later down the line.
Mhm.
Because critical wounds in this game are more representative of the loss of limb.
Yeah, like internal
And-
damage that fucks up your systems compared to external damage, which is health wounds kind of deal.
Yeah. So later down the line, you'll learn things like Dao wounds.
Right. Yeah, that
And
kind of stay
depending
with
on-
you. Yeah.
Yeah. There's also like deep impact damage. That's like if you take critical damage
Mhm.
up to a certain amount, you then take a specific type of Dao wound, such
Right.
as like crushed internals is one of the ones that you can get. And the shock absorption increases or decreases the threshold, whichever is more beneficial to you, before you reach that level of critical damage. So if it takes 10 critical damage in one hit for you to take crushed internals, it would take 20.
Right.
Before you reach that condition. But you guys haven't reached that level of like impact. Mostly because your bodies aren't strong enough to even
Survive that. Well, I mean, I guess I can survive 10 critical wounds, but people in zone 1 just don't pack that much of a punch.
Yeah. So in this case, the way the critical stuff works for the critical damage and whatnot, unfortunately, we're not a part of the game where you guys are durable enough to take a hit so bad that it requires these special conditions. So the only condition you have to really worry about is just death or delimit. So you can either lose a limb or just die. And that's the only two critical conditions that you guys have to worry about. But crushed internals will be one of the ones.
Would you say that we worry, or like we would be worrying about the act of losing a limb? It would have to be, for one, critical damage, and then if we know it's critical damage, we look at hit modifier in Dark Heresy.
No.
Or like, okay.
No, we're not going to look at that. Basically,
Yeah, just too cumbersome.
we look at the aspect itself of not just the damage, but what did the damage. If it's a sword, we do look at hit location. If it's a limb and you take a crap ton of physical damage, yeah, we just write off the arm if you live.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Would that then be a health percentage that you're looking for?
Yeah, it'd be like basically up to 5, like a ton of physical damage and critical damage. I'd say 5 could lose some fingers or toes, and then 10 or more could lose your hands or whatnot. And if you take like 50 critical damage and still live, probably a loss of a limb, like the whole arm or whole leg.
For someone like Chun Po, who's sitting at like 15 critical, I think, or like that's base critical, right? Is 15?
10.
Okay.
10 is base. You got 5 from something.
Physical
Okay,
reinforcement toughness. Yeah.
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 So if it takes 50 to cut off a limb, basically if you take 50 critical damage and it kills you, not only did you lose a limb, you just died. So you get both.
Okay, so it's not that it didn't happen. You did lose a limb, shock and blood loss immediately killed you.
And probably more than just cutting off the arm. It was probably the arm and then into your torso, and probably cut you in half.
Okay.
But I had a really weird look at this game when approaching critical damage. I kind of reached a point where, when developing the game, that if you take blows that would normally like defeat without any special narrative or called shots or any of these combat specialties, if you just look at the numbers, the damage gets really big in this game, or numbers get really big really quickly. So until you can get to a point where you're just outright resisting huge swaths of numbers, then it's like just kind of death. Yeah, because most of the time, if you fight something, you take a hit, that's your whole health bar plus. But then eventually you build a character that's like, I can take 4 or 5 really big hits and a bunch of little ones. And that's where we can start doing more things up on the damage chart, and like things that happen to the character and other bad conditions and whatnot. So I decided not to have that stuff be relevant early, because it usually just is like, you took 1,000 damage, you have 100 health and 10 critical health. It's almost 10 times.
It also slogs the game down a little bit. Doing
It
it that
does,
way.
yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, back to it. So you got influence, and you got your secret for physical. Anything else?
Let's see. It's tavern. Okay. The last one would be swiftness, which I need 11 more progress on, but that one is Gestalt, so let me get the equation that I would need to use to maximize Gestalt's possibility.
Sure, but weren't we still with Liron? Remember when you cut in?
My bad. Right.
So, Liron, how do you feel about your new pinnacle? Your
Feel everything.
yeah.
I just want to. I guess I don't even need to test out things that I can do. I kind of inherently know what I can do as I have complete understanding of contact, right? ODM.
Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just modifying something in the background. Yes, what do you wish from me? Oh, player mine.
I don't really need to test what I can do with the Pinnacle of Contact. I kind of understand inherently what I can do with it, right?
Yes, you actually did all the testing, practice,
That was the whole
understanding. That was the
mastery.
whole way to get
Yeah.
up to mastery and to actually get it working. So you know full well what you can do. It's just combinations, applications, when to use what. It's all scenario based and kind of
Yep.
like, how do I want to approach problem solving?
How do I leverage this in this specific circumstance? Okay. I've completed my current Dao goal. Let's see. Two weeks might not be enough to finish the first mountain climb. I guess I'll go to my master. Master, I have completed my research project. And I now see what you mean by what you taught me before was not a true pinnacle. What's next? How do you begin another pillar or something
This is
that
talking
ties
to
together?
Eclipse or to Vicarious?
Vicarious.
You must first
Because Eclipse
decide.
is currently with the Sword
The Elder.
Elder.
Yeah. You must first decide what the next pillar will be.
Do you know anything about direction or perspective?
Mm, I do. But I'm waiting to see what's the point.
Right?
You have
Well,
contact. Then what?
well, direction could help with moving whatever points of contact in whichever direction I need to. Whereas perspective could extend how far I could contact something, or, well, attract it, I suppose.
You can do that with your Dao sound.
Correct. But the cosmos is vast. That's where we're going.
Correct.
If my sound can't reach it, I just change the perspective, or my perspective,
Again,
to
you're reaching very heavily onto the esoteric. What is the vehicle that you are using to give you farther reaching perspective? You don't
mirrors,
have any
perhaps, but
eyeballs.
I do actually. I went into the cube.
Oh,
Just
I
is blind.
suppose you do. Good for you. Keep the bandages on. You will probably not want to use them immediately. You haven't been able to see in a while.
Yeah, that was my thought exactly.
Well, even if you use your new eyes or use your sound, how are you supposed to perceive further?
Hmm. Maybe lenses? Use contact to shape the air?
There's no air. You're running
Well, I
into
can
the
make
same
air.
problem. I need you to rethink how to build this because you are not building a domain. You're not building a divinity. You're building pinnacles. These are not esoteric practices. They are skills you hone. Direction
Perhaps I
is not a
could.
skill that is honed. Contact, yes, but that is a supreme example of a very niche and even borderline esoteric approach, but it is still
Well,
a
perhaps
skill.
instead of another pinnacle pillar, I could learn contact through nothing, which there's a whole lot of nothing in space, which I suppose it's a different kind of nothing, but vibrating nothing instead of something.
You need to rethink pinnacles. I was going to give you a head pat for your accomplishment, but now I'm not so sure you deserve one.
I was thinking that contact wouldn't necessarily help if there's a vast space between myself and another that I can't leverage sound with.
Here's the thing. Pinnacle is an expression of skill. And once you've reached a pinnacle of something, it means you can, if another vehicle is harmonious or synchronous with that skill, you can use it interchangeably and perfectly with your pinnacle, which is why Qigong is extremely powerful with your contact pinnacle, in addition to your sound Dao.
Notice that I can now contact light, so perhaps I
Yes,
could leverage that.
you
Sad.
could, but direction, what is that as a skill? How do you build a pinnacle skill of direction?
It's movement?
But what if you're idle?
Well, nothing is truly idle unless you've hit absolute zero.
Then how do you change direction on things you can't control? You see, if you're going to use that argument that nothing is ever idle and things are always in motion, however true, but those forces are beyond you. They're beyond a scope in which you can comprehend at this current time and beyond the ability to control it. So thus we must narrow our scope of perspective. We are capable of being idle in a subjective space. Yes, everything is moving, but I, in this singular point, regardless of whatever else is moving me, am idle in this point. If I exclude, frankly, a lot of data. This is called narrowing the lens. Because subjectively, I am not moving. I am idle. I am resting. Objectively, I'm hurtling through space at a speed rather frightening. And if things were truly to come to a halt, I would go flying off in the distance at a quarter of C.
Oh,
That's if the entire universe were to stop all at once, truly stop. In fact, if this planet's rotation were to stop, even for a fraction of a moment, everything would go this direction at 600 miles an hour.
Yes. I suppose that would be bad.
So, if we exclude the direction of the universe, if we exclude the direction of orbit, the direction of rotational force from the planet, and we consider all of the counter forces in play, that lets me stand here idle. Then I am idle.
Out of character, I want to say, but master, you're sitting.
You know better
But
than
I'm
to do
not.
that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's like they said they're not standing, they're idle.
No, he said I'm standing here. That lets me stand here.
That's
Yeah. I'm
Damn
not
it.
saying that.
So, what would be the point of cultivating the skill of direction? Not the domain, not the divinity, not the Dao. Skill. It's something that you can express.
What about Pinnacle of Force then? Which sounds difficult to learn without dying, but you know.
That is what I would consider a growth-based pinnacle. As you are cultivating, as you grow stronger, as you become more, you're able to apply more force. But there is a bounding limit, the extremis. You would need to practice, at least in this snapshot of your strength, the extremis of no force, or so little force it's considered almost nothing, to the absolute extremis of what your body is physically capable of applying force-wise. You can learn the pinnacle of force, even if you're not able to apply force on such a scale that is, well, incomprehensible. You just need to be able to utilize force from both extremis and anywhere between with precision. I would endorse force because that would give you extreme control over your physicality. It would give you precision, accuracy, control. You will break, though. The first time anyone ever succeeds in producing the absolute maximum, the absolute extremis of force their body is capable of producing, your entire body breaks. But don't worry.
Yes.
I can find and develop a method. Normally, we have what is called body breakage in the truth sect. We just get you a new one. And you know not to push that force past that extremis because your body will break. You need to learn how to push your body to the extremis, break, and then put yourself back together. So either extreme regeneration, or we need to practice a body refinement technique. Or maybe
or
I just get you a
perhaps I
bunch
could
of
go through a
pills.
transformation at the end, like this energy body that I was researching. Though that would be a longer term goal and would not be the second pillar most likely at that point.
While that would be a romantic idea of cultivation, think of the consequences of that, both good and bad. Calculate it right here. What would that do if you were to practice, reach the extremist, break, and then transform? What's the logistics on that?
Well,
Would that even be worth it? What would you gain? What would you lose? Do some
would gain
analysis.
the ability to experience the pinnacle, I suppose, of force that I can withstand. Well, not withstand, but output. And then I would have a new body, but the timing would be precise, to say the least, would be needed. And then I would have a new body that has a new breaking point, which would achieve nothing.
You would have to do the training all over again. For you would have new extremes.
Yes. So a replacement body that has the same breaking point is what would be required. Or
Also, the
Fair.
damage done to a physical body when everything breaks all at once, the stress, the built up force, the cataclysmic damage that happens afterwards. Cultivators are capable of experiencing extremes that mortals cannot, because we're built tougher. That's why when we cultivate, we develop more of ourselves, more ego, superego, and id, more motion, the ability to think faster, more comprehensively, and multiple things at the same time. It also means we're capable of feeling pain on a scale that cannot be imagined by mortals. Fortunately,
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Master.
Indeed. Now imagine everything in your body breaking all at once, and your body doesn't die immediately, and the shock doesn't kill you immediately, but rather keeps you alive. And then you undergo a transformation that needs precision, that needs concentration, and does not have a 100% chance of success. And
No,
there
I-
are different grades of transformation depending on your ability to focus.
I kept that in mind, but I was assuming success and determined it wouldn't matter even if you were successful. The transformation.
I'm going to offset your would-be head pat with a karate chop. Those words were very dumb. Never assume anything. Assuming leads to death. Assumptions have killed many a talented and prospective cultivator, young or old. In fact, I've seen a pile of garbage, piece of trash, kill a diamond in the rough because the diamond in the rough assumed that the swordsman they were fighting had some dignity and wouldn't perform a donkey roll or a maneuver from the book of Folly of Beggars and Beasts and struck him with a cheap blow. Didn't have any dignity by the time the fight was over, covered in dirt and blood and, well, shame. They won. Because the diamond in the rough assumed that everyone had honor when they wielded a sword, that people would die with their dignity intact, or at least they would care for dignity over their life. Assumptions are deadly. Please do not make assumptions.
Thank you, Master. I
That
shall
art
refrain in the future.
is filled and riddled with traps. Fiddled? I combined that word unconsciously. It is filled to the brim with pitfalls and traps and unintended consequences. Any transformation art is. It has to be. Otherwise, everyone would have it. It was so good or so perfect. I bet that book has a higher body count than I do.
Hmm. Well, that makes me want to do it even more, though.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying making an assumption that it'll work the way you want is deadly.
Oh, I said I didn't assume that it would work. I was saying if it worked, it wouldn't amount to anything, though, in this particular pursuit.
Still, I highly doubt it's going to go so well. You will need much in the way of preparation. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the transformation makes you disintevaporate. That is, disintegrate and evaporate in the same word.
Hmm.
Would you like to see what happens to someone if they are exposed to a charge that disintevaporates them?
If this is a practical demonstration, no thank you.
To you, you wouldn't survive. What would be the point? I mean, a subject. I have several. Behold,
Oh.
and they wave one of their wrists, and a little
Red dude.
test rat,
Oh, okay.
a very large one. Always keep test rats and or other subjects that you are willing to use for experimentation and or test purposes. We should get you one. It's a biome ring. It allows you to summon them, but it also maintains the population and or maintains their living capabilities.
It sounds useful.
Yeah. The hand with that needle, the one you've come to fear. The finger peels back, the needle comes out, and they jab it. They get it real close, and there's a charge that arcs off the tip of the needle to the creature, and the creature goes and just, I don't feel good, Mr. Starks. Just scent evaporates.
Huh. Yeah, I did figure this would be a possibility if you're doing the transformation wrong.
You will have to pull yourself back together. Most certainly. Either that or it'll be a potent mass to energy conversion transformation, which is far more likely. But that also means you are disintevaporating in layers, and what is left behind is the energy body as it moves up the contact point. So, say it starts, I would most likely imagine it would have to be from the crown chakra, very top of your head. So, because you will need your faculties for the rest of the transformation. It would be foolish to think you would want to start from the groin, which is the lowest chakra, all the way to, or the fingertips or the toes. You would want to start from the crown. And then once that transformation down to, I'd say, right around the nose, you can then finish the rest of the transformation. Could be wrong. There's many ways to do it. But preparation is needed, is my point.
Oh, yes.
What?
I have plenty of time for preparation, though.
Indeed. The book will need to be studied. The process will need to be analyzed, dissected.
Every single part of it should be strategized. There should be a procedure of plan to succeed. Only idiots read a book and say, okay, I'm ready. Or someone who already knows all the secrets and methods that they will need for the transformation, like regressors would.
Well, they wouldn't need the book then, yes?
Sometimes having a guideline or a jump point makes it easier. The chances of success increase when you have a resource. Regressors are not immune to failure. That's why they regressed in the first place. Something went wrong, or they need to do something again, or they lost all momentum. Too many things to consider. But regressors and reincarnators have the advantage of, yes, knowledge, but they also know preparation and strategy like the back of their hand. They do it unconsciously. I need this, I need this, I need to consider the weather, I need to consider the moon phase, I need to consider all these other things, and that'll give me a 60% chance of success, further increased by these pills, but it has to be these specific ones made with these materials so it doesn't clash, raising it up to 70. 70 should be an acceptable risk for this run through. They all do that unconsciously because they know all the different steps. I will try to train your mind to think like that, to consider all the variables to increase your chances, and this will be a wonderful opportunity to do just that.
Yes. So
We have many things to focus on first. Don't do this body transformation until we've entered the space road, cosmic path.
yes, I understand that, Master.
Good.
On the topic of force, have I not already experienced outputting the minimum value, utilizing nothing?
Yes, but that's nothing, so that doesn't count. You have a wonderful opportunity to experience the extremis of minimality because you've contact.
As well as I have some insights when it comes to at least inputting energy into artifice at very minute scales.
If you'd like, you could potentially reach out to your discipline master, Ithram, and see what they can do to help you achieve the extremis of maximum force. But I have no doubt you can achieve the extremis of minimal force on your own. The Pinnacle of Contact should be able to assist you in that in an afternoon.
Yes. I think I should be able to do that. But I suppose, other than explaining my research was finished, the main reason that I called to you today was we are about to, in about 2 weeks, go to the zone, or the checkpoint 3 opportunity.
Yes,
And I was seeking more information on that.
certainly. I expect good things from you. You will not want to mess this one up.
So I know it has to do with water.
Indeed. What do you know about checkpoint 3?
Nothing.
Checkpoint 3 is a tributary delta. The river splits into 100 rivers, carving the land into islands. The river is not a benign thing or entity. Most consider it a living thing, a sentient thing. Not sapient, but sentient. Those who do not have an agreement with the river or an understanding may not utilize its waters or what lies within. And there are fish, yes. There are things underneath the water, but those are things of the water. People get across by using specialized boats that they have made. Very expensive. Or bridges. But it's taxing to cross a bridge. Even if you were to be able to cross, say, a dozen in a day, you have died 11 times over because it exhausts you to cross a bridge. The river takes its toll. It doesn't want you to, but once the bridge has been made, there it sits. There is going to be a part of the river, because the river keeps everything that falls into it. Or if the river were to crash upon the banks and drag things in, everything that falls into the river is kept in the river, with few exceptions. First of which is a false opportunity. There is a city that the river regurgitates for about a month. Many people flock to it. Most people drown. The city is enormous. Some of its major structures are maze-like. Getting in is easy. Getting out before the city is pulled back beneath the river is harder than one would expect. The river puts things in that city to draw people in. No one stops the cultivators going there. Everyone knows it's a trap, but often one or two people escape. We don't know if it's the river's design to let one go. Someone walks off with a true treasure, which then incites more people to try. This is not the opportunity you'll be going to, nor do I permit you to go to that one. It is a trap.
And I would imagine that we are going at such a time that the city will be available.
Correct. So when the city regurgitates, or the river regurgitates the city, and the moon is at a certain point, even if you can't see it, the river recedes. Because the city is large enough to buoy the river up several feet. It's an enormous structure. And when the moon is at a certain point, it continues to pull that river that is no longer buoyed in a certain direction. And at a certain part of the river where it bends a very particular way, that river nearly bottoms out. That bend. People have found that sometimes, if the current flows a specific way throughout the year, some people have learned to track it. This particular bend is a catch-all for things circulating in the river. It's treasures, it's trash, it's detritus. You will have an opportunity to sift through it. This is not without hazards. Name some hazards for me.
The current itself.
Obvious answers only for now, and then we'll go with non-obvious answers.
The current itself, I would imagine.
Is a small amount of water still at the bottom of the bend that you will be fishing through, but consider it a trickle stream, something that you, if you step in, only goes up to your ankle, but it's still there. So the current, I would say that would be an obvious answer. Despite it being a trickle, it still wields the power of the river.
If things are catching there, I imagine, well, I suppose cursed objects or dangerous objects that cultivators might have had on them.
Mm-hmm.
I'd look at Poe for things that are helpful to him that he would be carrying around that would be certainly deadly to anyone who is digging through trash and treasure.
This would be correct. The river does not let go of what it takes, and that includes cursed objects. The river is used as a dumping point for things people want to go away.
Hmm. Perhaps other living cultivators who have, well, made a home in the river, but couldn't
Different
escape.
parts of the river, they would not want to make a home in the river. There's only a
Well,
few that I can think of that could successfully manage the river.
not necessarily a
make it-
home, but like a prison. And they're just strong enough that they survived in it.
Perhaps. I don't know of any prison in the river currently.
Well, the river being the prison.
Ah, as in chained and tossed in. Yes, that could be. That is a non-obvious answer, but a good one. That is a good answer. In fact, knowing our people, that would be a good place to bind a singularity and throw them in. Although they would be a little too heavy, and it would take a very long time for them to be caught in the current and find their way to the catch-all. A good consideration. Other obvious answers.
Other cultivators who are coming to search through the trash and treasure.
Correct. Competition. I have it under observation that unfortunately Sword Carnival will not be able to monopolize the opportunity this time around. They will have to share it. Can you guess who?
Well, the romantic thing would be the Lofty Sword Pavilion.
Correct. In addition to a couple small groups, no less powerful, but still something of note.
Then what else could be a danger here?
Obvious things. We'll get to the unobvious next. So if it doesn't immediately come to mind,
Perhaps aquatic demon beasts?
yes. Especially turtles. There's a particular series of turtles in this part of the river and in this part of the road that do find themselves sometimes in the catch-all. Do be careful. Some of them are snapping turtles, some of them are worse. If you see a turtle with what I call warning colors, heed them. Just like the way frogs or other dangerous creatures would have bright warning colors. If you see a turtle with bright warning colors, even if it's just little specks or a hue that looks weird, their skin is green but they have this reddish hue, get back. Don't play with it. If they don't, then you trying to sift through the detritus in the proximity of the turtle is up to your skill and skill alone. But if you see a turtle with a dangerous warning color, go somewhere else. The river's, it's not going to be a small area in which you can search through.
Fair. And as far as that, other cultivators, cursed objects, I suppose the current, perhaps.
You said that was the very first one?
Yes. Demon beasts.
Mm-hmm. Nothing immediately comes to mind. We'll move on.
So that portion of the bend of the river. But is there something in crossing the river as well?
You'll be entering from the side of the river chosen by you by your sponsor. You won't have to worry about that. However, the two that you missed is time and location. Unlike the previous two opportunities you have experienced, the moon cutting and the lock-in camp, those are single sites. You always enter from the same, and the experience is usually always the same. This one, you will be given a series, of locations that you can pick from. Where do you want to start your treasure hunt? Where along the banks of the river do you wade in? Choosing is part of skill. Luck is also a skill. Time. 24 hours is all you get. Some people jump in a little bit early and risk the wrath of the river, trying to get a head start. Do not. Those are fools, blinded by greed. But as the river starts to empty, this is your opportunity to observe, plan, and plot. Where do you enter? Which objects do you go for? How good is your observation from the banks as the water drains slowly? What is your plan? Do you have a list of things, priorities, rare materials, weapons, objects, devices? Are you looking for bodies with spirit bones or other spirit rings? Are you looking for cursed objects? All these things must be taken into consideration. Once the river has reached a certain point, a bell will be rung. That is the general get in there message. You said the cultivator bit, so I don't have to expand upon just how ugly it'll be when the bell's rung. That is the go get your stuff and kill anyone in the way who, well, is trying to take your stuff. Or you keep out of each other's way. It is up to you. Time. You'll need a very good track of time. You also need to know if time moves faster or slower in certain parts of the river due to a certain combination of artifacts and or materials or resources. Certain spatial rings may be cracked or broken and may be leaking specific time elements or stasis. There are other pitfalls like this. As time
That's a big one.
moves, so does the position of the moon. The moon is your guide. Obviously, the event, the fake one, does all the heavy lifting because it reduces how far the river has to be drained by a lot. But the moon will determine when the current comes back, when the water starts to rise. When the water drains, it is still wrathful. It is fully awake. It is ready to fight, ready to project its power. When the water comes back, it's a bit sleepy. It's a bit dormant. It's filling in where it once was. It takes time to regain strength, to regain its ferocity and its power. You can actually track for a time its cultivation level, and it'll start at bronze rank and move its way up. And then it reaches a point where you're unable to even detect what cultivation rank it's at, and then it keeps going and going, and then the river's fully filled back in, and no one can fight the river. It's up to you to ascertain just how much more time you are able to stay in and hunt for treasure. It's also a good time to eliminate competition. Someone else decides to stay, and you want the river to do all the dirty work for you. Engineer a slip, an accident, a point of contact that wasn't just quite firm enough, and they happen to fall into the river, and the river notices prey and grabs them. It is up to you and your decision making to determine how much of that 24-hour you can gain access to. Don't ever jump in early. There will be many who do. If you're faint of heart or not ready to see a very doomed fate, then I recommend looking away. The river is not pleasant to those who try and take from it, and it will make an example out of those people. I recommend getting out 18 hours in. 18 hours of combat, treasure hunting, extreme levels of decision making and perception and planning and strategy.
Yes, of course. Well, and I need to speak with my discipline master to get a chronometer. I can read.
Cheat harder, think harder. Your discipline master will most likely, in return for their services, provide you with a shopping list. Of course, the shopping list will benefit you, but if it's most likely going to be, if you see it, get it for me. There'll be a very large list. You'll need to memorize it completely. I, too, will have a much shorter list that you will need to memorize. My objects are priority. If you even so much as lay an eye or think that they might fit the criteria, priority. You will need them for what's to come. Most of them, the things that you will find in there, are for you. And without them, we're going to have to look somewhere else, because these are mandatory. There's only going to be one thing on that list for me, but that'll be part of the list. You should also have a list of things that you will want. You need to memorize it as well, and you'll need to have them on a priority list. 18 hours feels like a long time, but it's not. If you are feeling very confident, maybe 19 hours. But by that time, the river will have gotten up to your waist in height if you're standing on the bed of the river.
Yes.
The river in that area goes up, I'd say about 4 of you standing on each other's head. 4 persons tall. One of the shallowest areas of the river. But when it gets up to your waist, things get a little bit interesting. And the only things you'll be able to fight over, really, are the larger piled pieces of trash. But looting those destabilizes them, which then collapses those raised piles, which then gets you closer to the river. If you
Fair
have
enough.
extreme balance, you could drive pylons deep into the riverbed. Bamboo would work if you have very potent ones, very durable, very long bamboo sticks. You can drive them into the riverbed, use them as, jump points. Others will try and use them too, so you'll have to fight over it, but it could be a preparatory plan. Other people may do it as well. Don't think a raft will work.
You'll just get carried away anyway.
Correct. But if you end up on a raft-like set of detritus, as in a pile of trash was your only way out, and you had to jump on it as a raft, do so. Bringing a raft versus using a raft guided by the trash there is different. One, the river already knows. The other, the river doesn't know. And the river will want to get.
Yes.
These are the obvious things. We haven't gotten to the unobvious ones. Perhaps I'll leave you with this for now. Unless you wish to continue. Are you capable of holding more information in your short-term memory?
Yes, but you've already given me a lot of things that I need to prepare for.
Correct. Good. When you are ready for the other half of the conversation, return. I do recommend sharing this with your Dao companions. If they walk into this opportunity unprepared, you will not get them back. The opportunity is over. Even I can't beat the river.
Yes. Based on what has happened to you and what I've seen of others far more powerful than me, there are forces on the path that are not meant to be fought.
Indeed. And the most powerful entities of cultivation, I have learned, are the environment itself. The only thing that kills the environment is the changing of the ages. And oftentimes those things still endure. So, we'll run off and share this information with the others and start initial strategizing. When you're ready for more, return.
Of course. I'm ahead of time right now, so we can go to other people. I don't
Yeah,
know where everyone else is
nerds.
going to be.
Let's. Savalar, are you still behind?
Yep.
Cool.
I got to get my influence catalysts. I was thinking I might get them in a 2-for-1 by doing Dao discussions and fellowship stuff, but it's fellowship stuff only, so I still have to get some ones for influence. I have to decide on my Dao Vessel, and I need to finish off my characteristics and take the pills. It's the only thing I'm really missing on my foundations. I also need to make my rules. So if you want to go, you're more than welcome to. If you want to finish off, but you already kind of know you want to do too, is just do your Gestalt rolls. Is there anything you want to talk to your master about? Maybe like the opportunity coming up, or have you also decided on your Dao Vessel?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, what do you, like? I got the pills and the clay. I haven't. You talking about that part of the Dao vessel is forming the clay?
Yeah. Like what's your image? What do you make the clay into? You don't just throw it in and you just eat it. You gotta form it into something. Gotta shape it like a pottery.
Is this more of like a spiritual representation or just the mirror?
It's like a literal representation, I suppose. As this is what your Dao will be held into.
Into the shape of Chun Po. I am not entirely sure what that shape looks like. Because
It doesn't have to be like literal Chun Po. It needs to be like. So let's use Liron for example. He's the one that made his so far. Liron, do you want to explain your Dao Vessel?
Yes, I made more of an instrument than a pot. So I made what is basically a woodwind instrument.
Yeah, it's like a vase with blow things in it. I don't know how to
Blow
else to
things,
describe
yes.
things. Got some cool holes to make music with, right? So that's what Liron made his vessel for. I'm trying to decide if I want to do a teapot with a tea set combo kind of thing as my final product, or do I want to go for more of a sheath for a sword, holding my Dao within that? That's what I'm currently going through. So what would be Chung Po's? Is it like a poison vat? Is it like a cauldron in a sense? Is it like is it like what is Chung Po's vessel for his Dao? One thing you could do too is you could be like, hey, what are some cool instruments for poison making or something along those lines? Like you could just Google that and be like, hey, here's some tools that are used for, synthesizing poison or whatnot. And you're not.
Well, don't Google that stuff.
Yeah.
Not with all the data trawlers.
But you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you put in like fictional or like mystery novel or like clarifiers, because it doesn't have to be 100% accurate from IRL into the game, because we're doing wuxia. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make a lick of sense. It's
Like,
fantastical and mystical.
I think one of the better ones would be like, how alchemists have the mortar and pestle, right? Especially since one of your book is like, breaking down the grindstone, you know what I mean? Like
Yes.
so something along those lines of just like how you would hold it.
You can also type in things like, what is wuxia poison? Or wuxia, if you want to use the very
Wuxia.
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 You can also
Wuxia
do
poison.
wuxia hidden weapons, or even like Naruto poison weapons. Like you can use anime as a
reference point for it.
reference point, because if you're like how to brew poison, with all the data trawlers, and we're in the information age where information is worth money and lots of it. I doubt that anyone's browser history is safe, especially with fucking Microsoft the way they are now. So definitely include qualifiers, because if anyone ever does like a really in-depth, like if you want like a job that requires a security clearance, they might pull up your browser history through some sort of data trawler, and you don't want that in your fucking history.
I think I like a mortar and pestle.
Yeah. Well, you can also have an alchemy station.
A whole alchemy station.
Yeah. Think of like the old style and like alchemy. It's not science. It's mystical. You're trying to transmute lead into gold type of craziness. And you can use the mystical aspects of the alchemy station. Like we're talking Western style, not Eastern style alchemy, because that uses pots and furnaces, which you still might use in some of your brewing methods. Because you can make poison pills, and that's technically dabbling in alchemy, but it's poison.
Another fancy one might be a bookcase. You know what I mean? But I feel
Yeah.
like something more on the lines of poison.
Can I
He's
make a
got tons
room?
of bookcases
Yeah.
I was
in
about
his
to
vault. Poison jars.
Yeah.
You also have a storage. You also have you have a workbench and everything. But I would recommend looking into like the Tang clan, Tang clan, hidden weapons, because throughout all of any of the cultivator wuxia martial arts stuff I've read, they're like always referenced as the dudes who do poison. And they practice the poison body arts.
You said
And that would be
Tang
like
clan?
Tang, yeah, Tang.
Okay.
Or they're based in Sichuan Tang clan.
Oh man,
Okay.
you're saying that the dipping sauce is poison?
Delicious,
My
bro.
God.
The amount of capsaicin in there is hostile.
So yeah, that's our recommendation for a Dao Vessel, or you can make something else up. Like it's just something that should be on theme with your Dao. Is really all I was trying to say.
Can the body grow over time?
You have to have more clay.
Yeah.
Like the clay itself is a finite resource. Once it's
So would you say, like, with finding more clay, you can grow your body, or with you need to find more clay, get your body correct first before anything else?
you can always, if you have more clay and you're willing to go through the painstaking process of adding more clay to your Dao vessel, sure. It just means you have more clay to work with, but the clay you have now is enough for the rest of the game. Just depends on how much extra you want to be.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll need to add other materials to the clay, but that comes at different stages of cultivation. So like once you've gotten through, because this is for foundations, this is color rank stuff, just to get the clay. Once you are going through your mountain climbing, there'll be another material you want to add to the clay. And then once you go through spiritualization, same thing, and go on until you reach a point where it's time to fire the vessel. And then you set it in stone and you're good to go. But you don't need more clay, but you can have more clay.
Okay. I believe a mortar and pestle is what I want to utilize.
Okay. You can also do a jar.
Can it be both?
Or an alchemy furnace, or no, you got to pick one thing. Mortar and pestle is also 2 pieces, so the mortar and pestle would have to be like fixed together. So the pestle couldn't move; it'd just be adhered to the pest or the mortar.
Okay,
But that's fine. They don't need to move. That's not the point. It's just a vessel in which your Dao resides in.
Okay. Then I do believe that's what I want. Because the mortar and pestle is the grinding stone, and with the thoughts of what I have going, being able to grind something else down is a goal.
Yeah.
Okay. If I remember correctly, it's a downtime scene to ingest.
Yep.
So
And shape,
DPS, Okay, so
You definitely want to do it in an isolation chamber, not with your bugs because they'll distract you.
okay. Um, for some reason, my brain missed what you just said there, Matt. The Dao what?
Say again.
All good. So DTS, a mortar and pestle. I have
Hmm?
1 DTS minus a month for the rest of before the
Yeah.
opportunity. Okay.
Did you get all your reinforcements done, or you got your agility yet left?
I still have swiftness to
Do it.
Yeah.
Crank it. Crank it. You're gonna need it for the opportunity.
What Matt was saying is you need an isolation chamber.
You guys have them.
Yeah, that's all he was saying, though. If what he
Oh,
missed.
Gotcha.
It's not like you don't have them.
E.
Johnny made sure that the sanctuary has them for isolated training. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're pretty good. This time they have doors, though.
No more
Okay.
waiting for Liron to shuttle us around.
Okay, so trying to do Gestalt. I'm just going to do it as minimum as possible for trying to get those to finish out.
You need 3, right? So 8, 9, 10.
For
27, I think.
for DTS, DTA, what do you or
Yeah. Don't you need 27 rolls in a sense? Or 27 Gestalt passes, right?
let's see, 1 would put me to 9 and then 10. I only need 11 passes.
Oh, you only need 11. Okay, I thought you needed 3 of the. And all right, you said you needed 1 more. Gotcha.
Yes. So let's see. I'll just start doing these like a day at a time, hoping. And let's see. I gotta. The hardest part is keeping track of the equations and what bonuses I have on them.
I thought the hardest part was loving you.
I mean, thank you. To finish out the day, we'll just do our 12 D100. My Gestalt is 5%. Okay, let's pull back up those sanctuary notes.
Advanced rest from taking a rest inside our crew quarters gives you a +1 Gestalt bonus.
Okay, +1
If you have
Gestalt
any-
bonus there, so that's 6.
Yeah.
I had a poison that granted me more at one point, but for now, I think I will just take the 6%.
Oh, question for you. Did you talk to yourself and make a goal for your character?
I have not.
Okay, that's one of the other things you should do for your foundations.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so less than 6. What was I using? Right. Okay, I was going in and getting more rolls like that, but I believe I had a higher percentage at some point. Can't remember what it was. It was plus 1% for 6 rolls. Our rest bonus.
What about it?
Our rest bonus from sleeping in our sanctuary area only affects plus 1% for the next 6 rolls.
If that's what's written, yeah.
That was what I was trying to see.
Spa, bathroom, and sanitation, troop quarters, resting. Plus 1 Gestalt for the next 6 roll. Okay, cool. And the standard rest. So I have 6 and less than 6. What else was I doing? Thought I had higher percentages. Or I threw myself into weird time dilations and got more. Let's see what happens. I got one. Okay. That gets me to Swiftness Tier 9. And then it's 6 at 5, and that's the rest of the one day. Didn't think so. Okay. 9. That's one day, so 3 weeks and 6 days left. Talking to myself to make a goal. Okay. What goals? To defeat the Marauder is my short-term goal. My next short-term goal is to defeat the Marauder.
What's the time frame?
Oh, the Marauder has already left. Theoretically, the time frame is being able to defeat the Marauder when they return, or chasing the Marauder into the next realm and trying to find them. Time frame before the next opportunity, but that feels like too soon for our britches. It feels like I would just simply fail the goal and would be upset. Maybe not defeating the Marauder, but just getting to the next area that the Marauder is in and understanding what passing into, what was it, the Star Realm? Whatever the heck it was called.
What is it called?
It was Star something.
The star
Ugh.
something.
Star something. Marauder Realm, where the Marauder went. Okay, getting understanding sword better. But all these are very vague goals. Thing besides killing the Marauder is kind of definitive, but the path there is too vague to understand a timeline in it. Getting to Star Realm, as I will simply call it, as I don't know the name of it. And in 1 year, I'll probably beat that goal. But I hope I would beat that goal. But that's 2 opportunities from now, or a month before 2 opportunities from now, to get to the point that the person who stole our stuff
has gone to. That is my goal.
All right, I'll write it down.
Okay. New goal. Get to the area. The Marauder is in within 1 year. Assuming 6 months per opportunity. This is our third one. 5th opportunity. All right. Okay, that was, let's see, that was finishing the 1 day, creating the thing, setting a new goal. I have 3 weeks, 6 days left. Let's do 6 days for, well, okay. If I do it right, I go into, I can get up to 18 more rolls. I spend the rest to get plus 1%. So that's a DTS. I have 12 left over. 2 DTA spending to go in and out. Or no, 2 fatigue, or yeah, DTA to go in and out. That's 10 rolls. 6 would be at 6%. And then I have 4 of 5%. And then I add, with fatigue, I add 18 at 5%. So 22 at 5% and 6 at 6%. For per day. So 6 at 6, 22 at 5 per day. And 6 days, so 36 at 6. And 22 times 6. 36, 22 times 6. 132. Okay. So we are saying 6 days spent on swiftness reinforcement.
There we go. Ever stretch so hard that it twinges?
Oh,
It's like, yeah. All right. You, Mr. Lar, and you, Mr. Liron, have your goals written out?
He completed my goal.
Yeah, you mofo.
Yeah, so if
I
you
need to come up with a
completed
new
your
one.
goal, then get yourself a martial insight and make another goal. Dude.
Just a generic martial insight.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's another way to generate insights, man.
ouchies. With Gestalt rolls, do 100s take away?
Nope.
Yay! Okay, and
You're,
one's still
double?
You're inside the sanctuary, right?
Yes.
No. I don't
Hmm.
think ones are doubles unless you have something that makes it kind of like gives
Perfect
you
practice
more than
makes
one.
perfect.
If yes, that would. If it is, if you have that, yeah.
Okay, and yes, so 6, so that's 8. So 6 days of doing that process. I got up to 8 out of 10. Okay. That puts me. I have 1 week left. Doing the thing that I did before. 7 would be 70. Or no, 6 times 7 first. Look at that. 42. So we'll do 1 week. I did it. Well, fuck. And what's the other one? 54. And 9. Okay. 3, 1, 2, 3, 12. 15 successes in total. Added to that. So I just. And I have yet again blown what I needed out of the water. That's to 13 over. Yeah. It's a 23 out of 10, but I now have swiftness. Oh! And now I've caught up to when Liron was talking, and I think comes back.
I'm back. Why is everyone so quiet?
Because
We
we
were
were
waiting
waiting
for you.
for your magnificence.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, you're back, so you're magnificent.
Oh, thanks.
Magnificent.
Could I have swiftness tier 10? Oh, and a secret.
Can you have that swiftness tier 10?
Yes.
Oh, well. Where is swiftness? Why is there a random 0 on that? This is what I got for swiftness.
Which part is the
The
secret?
10d10 initiative and 10 max reaction and free action.
Nice. Okay.
That does not increase your amount of reactions and free actions, but the previous stuff does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you get that from the the thing itself. You should also make a note that you got your influence done. That gives you
Yes.
threshold
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, that was something I was wondering. Let's see. Does influence of the grant limit break so I can now hold 200 influence at a time?
Yeah, 10 plus. So we can go up to 200. We should be able to do. I was more talking about the thresholds for, because like you got it all at once, but like there was previous tiers which gave you different things. Like, hey, here's a plus 15, here's a plus 20, I think.
I believe like the end number after 10 is still like because it just steadily grows on itself. I think, as
Yeah.
most of them
Well,
have.
here's the thing. Once you take the limit break, right? For influence, to be ready to
Okay.
go up a tier, you have to reach that maximum, because it's not like you get to 100 and you may go to 200. You have to go to 200 now to trigger the cultivation. So there's a lot wider range your influence can go. It's not that hard for you guys to crack through influence. It's DOS related, and you guys get a ton of bonuses when you frankly do anything in your sanctuary. Yay, nay?
Yeah. I think it's that one's easy. It's more of the Liron, what did you get for your overall influence threshold gain for all?
I think 90. Let me double check.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. I thought it was like maybe it
Oh.
was 30, 30, 30.
Yeah, it's 90
Mm.
total.
Yeah. Or maybe it was like 25 plus 30 plus
Yeah,
35. I think
I
that's
can
what it
put
was.
in all of the spiritual refinement into the Discord.
Because the later ranks just stopped giving it to you, and we determined that that was not the case.
You guys are talking about the influence one, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Here, let me
'Cause,
put
like
in.
you get the last one, but it didn't have the previous things you know you missed out from getting 7, 8, 9, or you know what I mean. It just wasn't included in the very end. I think adding it, like say, hey, you've now have this much total to your threshold, would be good to have, just for clarity's sake for everybody.
What? No.
Let me. What? No. Yeah, because I just put the total number, so it doesn't really help there.
It could have also been like maybe 15 plus 15 plus 15.
It increased by a certain amount for some of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought it did. Yeah.
Or maybe the last couple of ranks didn't give any or something. I'm not sure.
That's also what I thought we
I
discussed. Yeah.
posted it all in the Riveth Spike too.
Oh, that's where you put it. Gotcha. I thought you were gonna put it in the
Oh,
chat. Yeah.
my goodness. That's over here. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, so it was like 25, 30, and then 35, and then
And
nothing,
then
for
nothing.
the
Yeah.
9 and 10. Yeah.
So 90
Okay,
total.
then. Let me just grab all this.
This is why. Well, yeah.
Also, I imagine a lot of cultivators don't even cultivate their influence reinforcements.
I figured that would be foundational.
Is there any others like that one? Because I only have Essence of Charisma tier 10. If that
No.
one,
I don't think so, honestly.
Okay.
I think that was the only outlier for us. We know that some of them change, like from like not having the intelligence one. Like I think maybe that one's a little different, but you already decided that you weren't gonna remove your fate coins, so you don't really need to worry about that. But yeah, influence is definitely the outlier for just like, hey, here's something in between that you get threshold spent as, and then like it's kind of gone after the fact. Usually, like it's pretty consistent into tier 10. Yeah, I remember the conversation, Liron. It was originally like, you only get plus 35. And we were like, oh, wait, you get them all. I remember our conversation. It was, yeah. So what I would do for tracking wise, I would put them to the right of your numbers in your Excel sheet. And then you just kind of like add the 90 to your current value. You just look at it, like hover over the two, and then that's what your new threshold number is. Because you should be getting at least tier 1 for all of them if you get your influence reinforcement up.
gotcha.
If I remember correctly, it's like 75 or something, right? Yeah.
See, three. Okay. That's me fully built with foundations.
All right, my guy. Hell fucking yeah. You ready to take on the rest?
It goes up from here.
Yeah. You got this, Mr. William. Way to stick through it. Way to build your beefy boy.
So now let's see. We got 15 minutes. 2 weeks. I can spend 2 weeks and 15 minutes. Let's see. Do we want to ask all of our masters everything that we can about the next opportunity?
Sure, you're welcome to ask Lorekeeper about the same thing that Liron did. Can't really ask my master, as it's not really a thing. But yeah, go for it. I'll just you do RP, I will do rolls, and we'll call our session.
Oh. Master, I have a theoretical question.
Yes.
Is the opportunity more it feels, well, never mind. I don't know that part. Can't say that yet. Actually, can I talk to Liron or say that I've talked to Liron about what he spoke to his master about before I speak to Lorekeeper?
You can talk to Lorekeeper.
Yes, but the aspect of talking to Liron about what he spoke with Vicarius about before I speak to Lorekeeper. That way I'm not...
Oh yeah, you can go.
Okay, cool.
Well, hold on. Because he has to directly share that with you.
Yeah.
So you would have to have that conversation with that player. So, but
You guys
also
are
you
both
don't know that he knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are both at 2 weeks though, right? So
Yes.
you could have a,
Yeah.
an RP.
Liron, are you there?
I am now. Yes.
Chun Po just finished his body stuff and is got 2 weeks before the opportunity and was curious about learning as much as he can about the opportunity. And out of character, that conversation you had with Vicarius would be really beneficial to know some things.
Oh, I'm sure it would. Do we want to wait for Lar to also be at the correct timeline, since he will probably join in at the conversation as well?
I am A-okay with that as well.
You can just assume that I'm there too. I will block that in my schedule.
Okay. 2 weeks out. So, Po, I've had some conversations with my master in regards to the next opportunity. There is,
okay.
well, the most important thing is, well, we're going to be at a river, and various points of the river are going to recede during that time. One of these two spots we are not to go to. It is a large city in which the river entices you to go in. This is a false opportunity, and it's just designed to trap you. We will not be going there. The other is, let's call it a scrapyard of sorts. Just a bunch of detritus and treasure and dead people that have washed up or been trapped in the river that are now collecting in one spot where the river gets more shallow. And we can go and loot, which is the real opportunity. Several things to worry about here would be, well, the main one that should probably be solved first is time. We only have 18 hours to search. That is correct. 18 hours? ODM?
That's what he suggested. Your
Yeah, he
master.
suggested 18 hours.
Yeah.
We will have a 24-hour time frame, but it will get more dangerous either at the beginning or end of it, depending on what dangers you're looking for, such as the river not being shallow enough, which is a trap that we should not fall into. And the river will then begin rising again, gaining in strength to the point where it will wash you away. So we want to get it in out before that time. And this will also be an open opportunity. There will be other cultivators there that will be fighting for our loot. So we need to be prepared for them. Be careful what you take, though, as I imagine there might be some cursed items or items that are not necessarily cursed, but for a Dao that is not very compatible with people who don't have that Dao, such as yours.
Just
The river also might be rather mad about us taking things and might try to drown us or pull us away if we allow it to.
Is this opportunity about getting the biggest fish and getting out before your enemies kill you or try to kill you, or
I think it's more just an opportunity born from greed in this case. There's many things that you may want there, and there's going to be a lot of people fighting for it.
sure. I'm wondering about the secrets that are in this opportunity, if there are any. I'm almost certain there's going to be many people that will just jump at the aspect of grabbing something that they might want.
My master didn't hint at any secrets for talent, though perhaps we'll find some when we're there. I think we should more focus on preparing for the opportunity as the dangers that would put ahead of us.
True,
Oh,
true.
yes, there's
So-
also turtles there. Demon beasts. If they are of red, or if they're red colored or of threatening patterns, so obviously threatening, we're supposed to steer clear of them. But the other ones, if we feel we can handle the risk, we can fight them.
Why do we
Or
gotta
just
fight the
loot near them.
turtles?
We don't have to fight the turtles.
Turtles are dope. And there was out of character. There was a mention of the moon in time.
Yes, I mentioned time. Oh, I
Okay,
guess I didn't
okay.
mention that. Time can also flow weirdly, depending on the relics that might have washed up or are interacting with each other. So I was going to speak with my discipline master to find a way to track that. You may also want to speak to your to lore master, Lorekeeper, to
A way to keep track of time.
perhaps time or anything else that they might want there, or perhaps other precautions that they might advise.
Um, I'm getting essence of almost like management for this opportunity, understanding how the river flows, understanding what you're looking for, understanding your surroundings and how time changes while you're fishing.
Yes, my master was going to request something that I find for them, and my discipline master, I imagine, will have a shopping list as well. So maybe you could ask to see if Lorekeeper knows of anything that would be particularly useful to themselves or you in that area that you might be looking out for in this limited time.
I'm gonna go ask them that then. I'll be good luck.
Yes, good luck to you.
Lyre or Sabalar, did you want to catch up and also have this conversation?
I'm there. We were talking. Let's say that. I just don't have anything to add.
Okay. The last 9 minutes, does anybody have anything? Otherwise, I will talk to Lorekeeper.
Yeah, I'm just I'm spending 2 destiny fragments on my my time when I'm training. I got a double 100 with advantage, so just using destiny fragment free peek on that
That's crazy.
to notice the fate side of that, and also back-to-back ones with advantage, which is pretty much a quad one. So I just wanted to get those in my list of fate possibilities, since I don't think I did that last time. So just going forward, I'll be able to get Dao points of fate
Can
from those.
I spotlight you for those to get some additional progress towards my Infinity Matrix research?
Sure, of course.
I don't know what sort of progress that'll get, but I will note that in my Infinity Matrix.
You pretty much you're spotlighting your device, I'm guessing at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'd like to
But go
talk to
ahead.
Lorekeeper.
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to talk to Lorekeeper real quick.
Yep.
Master,
Yeah.
is this a fishing opportunity?
Do you want it to be?
It feels like it is.
It feels like understanding how to get what you want. So understanding what you're using to catch in the river, understanding what bait, theoretically, but I don't know if an equipment could use bait or would want bait. Also, I was requested to ask if you had a shopping list.
I'm gonna go in myself.
Oh,
Everyone else can fuck off. If I find something I want, I'm just gonna take it. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go as a senior. I'm going as me.
so
But you know, I am fair game. If y'all want to attack me or take stuff,
yeah.
I don't give a shit. I will be nice, but if I see something, a juicy story or a piece of lore, I'm gonna take it, and I will not be nice. So don't worry about me. Worry about you.
Okay, yeah. What happens if I find something that you want to take from me later? Like we meet up back here.
I mean, I'll be on the riverbank along with y'all, and then
I'm guessing you'd know if I found something.
yeah, I'll be able to sense it on you. Look for stuff for you. I'll pick up a
Okay.
couple of things for you as well, but I'm here for me as well because this is like perfect story time. The river takes so many stories. Fucking asshole.
Well, is my bait thing theory even plausible? Are there equipments or artifacts that are drawn to other things, even though
Baits.
yes, like
Like,
worms on a hook, bait?
well, yeah, I get that. You know, the river just recedes, and you can just walk down there.
No, no. I thought that it was deep enough that it was you that wasn't possible. But basically, we're at low tide then, and
Yeah,
the water
really,
just
really low
recedes.
tide. Two specific events make this happen.
Okay. And so very short tide for a short
You
time.
absolutely can play the fishing game. Yeah, so you can go fishing if you'd like.
Well, the reason I say it like fishing is, yeah, I thought that there was still water, but if we can just walk down there and pick it up
There'll be still
within.
water. There'll be a little
Okay.
stream at the very bottom. Don't underestimate the stream. You can go fishing. You can sit on the bank and use energy control on a fishing rod. I recommend a really good one because people will try and cut it and prevent your snagging of stuff. But it's a lot more secure on the banks than it is in the ditch because it keeps you away from all of the chaos. And there's a lot of stuff down there that is not safe.
There was some demon turtles mentioned.
There's some turtles. There are some
Yeah.
turtles.
Is there the aspect of trying to create something from like the chopping opportunity?
Uh-huh.
Are we trying to create something in ourselves in with this?
So this one's weird. Most don't achieve it. It's this can be really rough. This is not like the first opportunity or the second one where it's like even if you know
Isolated.
what you're going for, you can achieve it. This one's kind of goofy. So as you go in, you can try to increase your luck and your fortune. This is not easy, nor is it something like obvious. I think obvious is not the right word. Nor is it clear as to how to even do that. You're a protagonist, so you'll have significantly more luck than the others. In fact, I think we might be able to just bottle some of that. Actually, come here. They're going to produce a necklace. They're going to hang it around you. Hold this. I will want it back. I don't want you running around with this all the time because this is a crutch. But I think this is a perfect opportunity to use it. So, protagonism all has an active effect, right? You can express your will onto the world and the world listens because of your protagonism. And then you feel a little bit empty, but, not tired. And then that fills back up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, for the opportunity, pour your protagonism into this necklace with the intent for it to hold onto it for the opportunity. If you do it right, you should hold it for the opportunity, but not past it, because it's an object that is sensitive to will, and these are very rare, and I don't want to lose this one. But I'll let you borrow it. Okay. So basically, the mechanics of it is up until the opportunity. So like, and through the opportunity itself, any unused protagonist points can be temporarily stored in this device. So any protag points you haven't spent this session, you can put in there, and you'll have them for the opportunity.
What does this necklace do exactly?
Exactly that. I just described it.
I'm sorry, my mind didn't grasp that. Repeat it one more
So
time.
you get protagonist points every session, just like you get your narrative points back and your fate points back, right?
Yes.
But if you don't use them, it's not
They-
like you can save them for later, right?
Yeah, they go away. I got one.
Right.
I got to use it.
Well, this one, if you spend the protag point on the necklace, it stores that point. So you can have it for later.
Mm.
It lets you build up a reservoir. So for every session we don't have the opportunity, means one more protag point in the reservoir. Because we're ending soon and you haven't spent your protag point. So if you store it in the necklace, next session you get it back and you have one in the necklace, which is one more than you had. And if we do the opportunity next week, which I don't think we'll do, because we're going to be doing all the prep work up to the opportunity, no doubt, because we still have a lot of prep work to do. And a lot of strategery. It might even take 2 sessions. Hopefully not, but yeah. You'll at least have 3 for the opportunity. And this one, from what you glean from Lorekeeper, is fortune and luck based. Not quite fate, although fate could worm its way in because fate is part of fortune, because fortune plus luck equals, or fate plus luck equals fortune. So it's a primarily luck based thing, and luck in this game is a skill. So this is apparently one of
Master,
the rare. Good.
Sorry, we will be spending quite a bit of time planning these next 2 weeks.
Well, yeah. Part of the essence of luck and how it's constructed, especially on the path, is preparation. Some people are always prepared, or at least the scenario in which they've entered, they're prepared. Preparation is part of luck. Because if you're prepared, you can alter the outcome. And isn't that lucky? There is probability. Don't forget that. That's a little harder to wrangle. But with the right tools, you can wrangle the probability aspect. And if you can handle the probability and the preparation aspect, you only have to deal with the other two parts. And that's where things get a little weird. Because luck is comprised of 4 parts. Can you think of the other 2?
You said luck is comprised of 4 parts. And
Yeah, in the Dao.
Fate,
Preparation and probability are 2 of them.
preparation, probability,
And
with
then
luck, fate.
no, fate's its own thing, bud.
Chaos?
It's probability. I know, it's tough.
Okay. Preparation, probability, skill?
No. I'll give you a clue. One is design.
Oh, well, okay. Design.
Sometimes that can be
Preparation,
0.
design, probability. That's design. I'll have to think on it.
Well, don't think, too hard on it.
Well,
Because I could just give you the answer if you want. I don't
well, it's
want.
more of out of character session ending.
Oh yeah, I know, but we still have an extra few minutes because we always start a few minutes after. It's basically when the recording starts is when we officially kick it off.
Okay.
So
Probability, design, preparation, and showmanship,
no, that's
confidence.
confidence could be part of it. That's just kind of how you approach it because luck is a little bit also devoid of you doing anything about it. Because technically, you could be lucky and just do nothing. So
Action.
that's part of the confidence thing. Like you could choose not to act on it, and luck would still manifest the 4 parts.
Okay.
This one's a little weird.
Maybe
I'll let you-
adaptability.
Yeah, it's alignment, but that alone is divided up into so many subcategories. Like, where are we aligned on all 5 paths? Where are we aligned cosmically within what era? Where are we aligned with certain events happening that have made this and this happen that increases probability and all the other stuff. So it's like it's the big element. It's what makes luck actually a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, alignment. Fate also has alignment as well as part of its element. They share. That's why they can be put together synchronously into fortune as a super topic element aspects thing. So, yeah. So luck is really weird. Luck is wildly weird because there are 2 aspects that obviously, duh, are one thing you can do about. The other thing is very obvious, and then the other two are what? They don't make any sense. But I've analyzed luck a lot because it has to do a lot with stories and the lore of the world. Luck, fortune, destiny, fate. Anyways, good job on completing your foundations.
Alrighty. Thank you, Master.
Of course, of course. And we'll leave it there with you. Any last things with the other two?
I'll save the conversation for Aethrum for next time because that's probably a
Okay.
longer one as well.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be a long one. It'll be. A
I'm
very
just
long
curious to are we gonna say those are one destiny sorry, not destiny fragment, one fate Dao point for those interactions?
One. Oh, those?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get 5 each.
5 each. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll remember that going
use
forward.
the use the peak narrative. That's pretty good. So that's 10 total.
Okay. So but what about if I let's say roll 2 100s again and I get a fate Dao? Do I need to utilize another destiny fragment to get points that way? Or because last time we didn't need to do that. I just wanted to make sure that that's on cue because like I'm going to roll more in the
No.
future. Okay.
Yeah, you
'Cause
can
there-
just keep. You observed it. You spent the resource on it. You can go forward.
Okay. Just so
You're manipulating fate, and you're creating basically a catalog of like, oh, this is really statistically improbable. Wow.
yeah. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, and I will add those in. Otherwise, thanks for the session, Matt.
My pleasure, guys.
Yippee!
Very glad that you guys are enjoying it, and we're picking up pace. We're really moving and schmoozing now. So
getting
I
there.
think one prep session next week, and then we get right into the sauce, the meat, the
If you'd like, Matt,
content.
we can plan out the rest of my time earlier in the week or something and get
Yeah.
that done. And then so we can just do the prep and then get into the opportunities that are waiting for me too. So it's also an option.
Yeah, I'm also totally willing to do that. 100%. You guys, you want to scheme and plan with me in between sessions? Feel free, man. Love doing that.
Oh yeah.
So there will need to be pretty in-depth conversations with certain NPCs, specifically like Aethrum, because knowing your freaking squad/team
What?
friendship type of thing going on, I have no doubt that you'll try and convince Aethrum to equip all of you with whatever they can hook you guys up with. And Aethrum is a great NPC to have for this opportunity, especially if you can get some tools from them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
They're also gonna ask us to
actually-
get ridiculous shit though.
yes, they will. So, as a note, a couple things that would be very obvious. Y'all gonna need some fucking armor, some defenses.
Yeah.
So Aethrum can provide, but if you like have other things or avenues of protection that you want to get, eventually you're gonna need some bitch in armor. I recommend getting something passable for this because you're gonna be competing, not just among people, but there's gonna be Dao creatures. The river's gonna be there. The terrain's gonna suck, and it's gonna be filled with crap that is also just dangerous. So think about how you want to build your strategy and what type of armor you're going to want to build, because it may not be the best strategy to have armor to fight others. Maybe your strategy is just, if something bad were to happen, it doesn't happen to me. You have misfortune ablation armor. And that's armor enough in this place because if people try and attack you, you go over and you disturb a pile of junk. I roll on a bad juju table, and the guy who was going to attack you is instead rolling on it because you have deflected the misfortune.
Yeah, I think Liron has a fair amount of good stuff for that too, especially with his now antagonist powers. So just
Yep.
throw it.
This doesn't have to be a direct combat. You guys can be squirrely and just not fight, and then use the river and teamwork and just all of the hazards.
We
to
just
your
kill
advantage.
everyone.
That too. That is the best type of CC.
Don't worry. I'm
Not
gonna throw
always.
a,
There could be a necromancer or something, in which case it is not the best type of CC.
don't worry. I'm gonna do an orbital bombardment on one of these guys. It's gonna be great.
They do have the gun ready.
Yep.
And you
As
do
been
have
used,
by
the
somebody.
you do have the snap the person out of existence.
Yeah.
Yep, we've got two really powerful. We have injured some student or some master's student, and they're now mad at us.
Well, your master is also going to be in there, so
I thought that V was just sending me with a
no,
list.
sorry,
Lorekeeper.
Lorekeeper.
Postmaster. Postmaster is actually going to go in there, and everyone's going to be like, "What the shit?"
But he's
It's
not
like,
going to be
"Fuck
helping
off."
us.
I mean, if a senior comes to bully you, they will bully them back.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
At least for Poe. I don't
Yeah,
know
and if-
Lorekeeper likes my character that much, considering
And
all the
if
students the
Poe
person
really
hates.
wants to be spicy, he can try and use holy geometrics. Be like, lock. Why can't I move? Or maybe you lock
Yeah,
certain parts of the river, or maybe you lock a bunch of stuff.
Oh, I found the most valuable thing. I'm just gonna lock it here and watch as they try to move it.
Yes.
All right,
Probably
leaving.
I would suggest
And then
Chun Po.
everyone fights over it.
Yeah. So Chun Po, I would definitely suggest making some holy geometrics before the 2 weeks are over, and
Yeah.
just think of some ideas for next week.
Some stamps. Like this item's not gonna move. Blam.
Or like
That
just
That
being
would be
able to lock
really
them down,
interesting.
right?
I put them onto stamps and like just let me just put this on there, activate lock. All right, it's staying there. But anyways, I will think on holy geometrics of what I can do.
2
Not
weeks, you can
entirely
do some pretty
sure.
simple ones.
Yeah.
Even then, you still have your time dilation in your at the place. So
Yeah, the
Theoretically, I could find
meditation
the
zone or
area with
whatever.
the most, and then just block the river and make it go around something. Like if I
I don't
just
think you want to
created a
anger the
lot of
river,
earth.
because I think holy geometrics would stop it, and I'm pretty sure it has a will. And I don't.
I was more thinking for like the people we run into.
Yeah, for people, we don't want to.
Yeah.
We don't want to impose things upon the river,
You do have this power, though. You're more than
especially
welcome
things
to
that are
utilize it.
actual threats to it.
Yeah.
Unless you have
Okay.
follow up, in which case, sure, fight the river.
Yep. I'm going to stop the recording now, and good job, guys.
Qigong machine.
Qigong machine.